Доброе утро, уважаемые участники Гайдаровского форума. Спасибо, что...
Hello, good morning, dear participants in the Gaidar Forum. It is so good that you have decided to join us in this interesting discussion, Getting Out of the Fog by the Office of Futurologists. It is good for me to be moderating this discussion. This has been self-isolation, and while self-isolated, I took several online courses, including Introduction to Futurology. A California University hosted it. And that was a most unusual, probably the most unusual course in my life. However, I have a great opportunity, dear participants, and wonderful opportunity of talking to the real futurologists. And let me introduce our panelist, Alexei Turchin, who is the Vice President of the Science for Life Extension Foundation and the author of several books like Immortality or Global Catastrophe is one, and Kirill Ignatiev, futurologist, a visionary and a regular author of tech forecasts. Some of them have already come true. And he's the chairman of the board of Russian Investment Group. And Alexander Krainov, who is the head of the Artificial Intelligence Lab at Yandex. You occasionally give presentations at our academy, and perhaps you have offered the best explanation so far of what artificial intelligence is. So, thank you so much for being with us. And finally, Alexander Larionovsky, who is a business development director and managing partner of Sky Inc. You also have Yandex on your CV, so it's part of your background, and you stood at the source of artificial intelligence and IT in this country. I believe we're in for an elucidating discussion. It would also be great for our audience and the viewers to take part in this debate. So let's start with a small voting session before we embark on our visionary exercise. So you can see a question on your screen as to how much the 2020 event changed your life routine. The options are dramatically changed. Well, like everyone else, nothing's changed. I only wear a mask and keep my social distance, that's all. So, there's three options for your response. So, we give you some time to vote in. In the meantime, let me give the floor first to Alexei Turchin. We're going to talk about the future now. However, before we do that, do you believe you could start by telling us about the role of future scientists and futurologists in the modern world, and what you are capable of, what you are good at doing, and what you are not so good at doing? I remember you described two possible scenarios in your book. Either we'll live for a very long time, or we're in for a catastrophe. However, some time has already passed since that book was published. Has your view changed? Okay, let's start with the role of futurologists. Look, futurologists do not predict the future so much as they, well, it is the PFAS that predict. However, we build models of desirable future and potential options. So the pitfalls we need to avoid, and the lucky outcome, the lucky strike we need to strive for. And so there are different paths we might follow. Either we move towards a dramatic extension of our lifespan, or we make use of the technologies in a deleterious way, so that we're in for a catastrophe. So far, the latter scenario is becoming more and more probable than the former one. And so a global catastrophe is very realistic, particularly if a second wave of the crisis or a new virus swoops on us, which is basically artificial. Hopefully your colleagues will be more optimistic than yourself. So, what about our voting poll? 72% responded that their lifestyle has not changed dramatically. However, 15% on the other side that it did change dramatically and that they started their life anew, kinda. Only 12% say that their lifestyle has somewhat changed. Why don't we ask Kirill? The same question goes to you, Kirill. We have already met with you several times at the Gaidar Forum and elsewhere, and I do remember your forecasts of like 8 years ago or so. Some of them have not come true yet, whereas some others have. I do remember that you did talk about a threat of a pandemic, of a terrible new virus. So what's the role of futurologists from that perspective? Let me tell you this. Over the past 50 years, futurology has become very technology-oriented. It is not sociology. It is not technology. It is trend watching. And you can actually study the future by delving into a huge amount of data and information derived by many scientists from many fields. So we'll take a look at a large number of experts in various disciplines, and we can say that a lot of risks that we have to deal with today are not so much tangible, not something that we have to combat against like a war or a catastrophe, but those risks that we do not believe in, and we do not have a strict procedure of dealing with those risks, like biological threats and hazards, or an eruption. So like there's a super volcano and then it erupts, and how is humanity going to deal with the global, global cooling? So that's what futurologists are doing these days. They're putting together a big picture by making use of diverse data from various sources. Rather say whether we're in for a final calamity or we're in for a brighter future. So, the year 2020, how much has it changed your life? What about your vision of the future with the 2020 already behind us? Well, of course, the COVID crisis caused a lot of dismay. We used to ruminate about potential biological hazards, but we never took it as a tangible, as a very real threat. So something that would require us to make a U-turn in our business operations and to adapt our lifestyles. So I think by and large we managed to achieve that. However, the situation is serious. It's like a third world war. We're dealing with a lot of deaths, human deaths. We're dealing with a lot of looming threats. And I believe that we're going to overcome this crisis like we're going to overcome any war. There will be joy and there will be a lot of poverty around. Now, a question to you. Alexandra, people are talking a lot about changed lifestyles and artificial intelligence at the doorstep. However, I believe that operations of Yandex and your own work has not changed dramatically. This is something that you kind of anticipated and you were getting prepared to. Did the year 2020 dramatically change your approach to new developments, to your ongoing work, or is it just a background, kind of new background that help us focus more on the new developments? I believe that recent years have been changing our life. We are no longer alone. So we used to be kind of isolated, so we have developed a technology, we have mastered it, and we will know it, and we're alone. No one else can do that. So there's a handful of IT companies that are dealing with one another, and we are not in a hurry to develop our technologies, whereas the rest of the world is out there. No, everything has changed. And the technologies we've been working on for the past decade can be now applied everywhere. Say, a taxi or food deliveries are based on artificial intelligence. Can you be more specific, a little more specific about that? Because I'm not sure all of our viewers have a good understanding of how this works, like food deliveries or taxi. Look, a perfect taxi, a perfect cab is when a taxi driver earns a lot of money, whereas a passenger pays little. However, a company that implements that will not survive for long. It will go bust. It's good that a cabbie will go to meet an order, and then he'll go someplace, and he'll carry a passenger someplace, but he will only get paid for the little distance that he will carry someone. So the best way would be for a taxi driver, for a cabbie, to carry someone all the time. So we need to properly choose the taxi driver, to calculate the zones of high demand for cabbies, because otherwise they'll have to spend money in vain in getting to an area of high demand. And the routing is also important. What is routing? So we have several options of how we can get to, say, to point A, and we need to identify the best route of getting there. So it only appears that it is so simple that you push a button, and here you go. Here's a click. At the click of the fingers, you have a taxi at your curb. Now, well, we have a great shortage of those intellectuals who can actually develop and deploy those technologies, and we need to run ahead of ourselves to do that. Because, well, there's a lot of temptation. You have developed a product that can be beneficial both for people and for businesses. And, well, someone would everybody would benefit from that by making use of your product, and Alexandra will tell you more about education. You can do incredible things about education nowadays. So you cannot amble today. You can run ahead of yourself. Okay. Well, since you mentioned education, so the floor goes to Alexandra. Education. I think that every day we keep talking about what's in store for education online, and some people say that we're going online for good. Others say no way. We're going to come back offline as fast as we can. So what's your vision of the future of education, online education too? What are the trends that lie in store for us? I believe that the largest problem is that online is when you work from home or when you study from home. And there's a dichotomy of whether you need to keep your kid at home or send him off to school. are we online or offline now? We're offline among us, and we're online for the rest of the audience out there. So we have tried to visualize a model that we could devise. We IT companies are now paying off their IT debt, the technologies that have been in use for a long time, except for education. So everybody has been using CRM or feedbacks everywhere, except for education, or say like Hollywood teaching, something that they can do, people in the education domain cannot do. So we need to pay off that debt to education, to society. Second, the technology companies are working as agents who are trying to identify the weak spots and the high demands available in the market by demonstrating where the formal education system should be looking at. We are like a SWAT squad. We are learning very fast to make quick decisions how we could overhaul education, so higher learning and others. So we need to work very quickly to identify and deploy new solutions, which would then be rolled out in the overall system of public education. Also, everything boils down to data, and we want to transfer to pass over to personalization and customization from template solutions. In music, algorithms have been everywhere. Food and cuisine, algorithms are everywhere. Taxi, same. Clothing and fashion. Yes, we can actually produce clothing items that would be customized to every individual. So we need to do something similar to that in education. And we need to maximize our education results. We need to improve its efficiency and effectiveness. People out there in the street started learning at some point in time, and then they dropped out just because they had no motivation. They were bored in learning, seeing no results. Why does it happen? Because technology is imperfect, because you were not retained as a student. And so I believe that we're in for new breakthroughs. Okay, why don't we ask a question to the audience? Let's take another voting round. Here's a question. Who was the best to deal with changes in the education system last year, back in 2020? Three options. School children and college students, parents, or the faculty, teachers. Well, there is no option like no one. But out of those who did it, so who did it better? Kids and college students, parents, or teachers. In the meantime, let's get back to our discussion. Well, in fact, I'd like to ask you what kind of future you see. I understand that you are futurologists and that you're not fortune tellers. I understand that. And I understand that you are analyzing ongoing trends. So who are futurologists anyway? These are the people who can visualize the future earlier than others. Can you share your vision with us, except for like that blunt rhetoric, like we're in for breakthroughs, etc., blah, blah, blah. So what was the most remarkable thing about 2020? The COVID and the text generation, by making use of the natural languages, an algorithm that can actually expound on an original text on a human level and can actually open up new vistas for programming. Because you can actually be programming by setting of examples, and then the software will generate this programming language further. What about the system like DP4 that is in this year? And if it becomes much larger than the previous one, then the artificial intelligence, the big artificial intelligence will come into being in a few coming years. Is it a benefit or a threat? Well, yes, there are threats, but there are good opportunities, most interesting opportunities for digital immortality too. Because if we are actually train this system by making use of the actual selection of text, then this artificial intelligence will keep on writing and generating new texts like Yandex Delivery also forecasts my behavior pattern. But this is applied thing. This is not a good example, because they do not know where I am exactly. The good digital immortality is something that is designed as the full restoration of the deceased people so that they kind of get a new lease in life. And this digital immortality is something that can be made true. So we can actually make this happen in a bad way. The bad way. However, we need to accumulate enough data to make it happen in a good way.
Kirill, what will you say? And by the way, allow me to interrupt. Just before the pandemic, you ran a big research on the world trend together with the RANEPA Academy. So how relevant is it today? And what else have you added there? Well, of course, things have accelerated. I would rather focus on three things regarding research and the image of the future. Well, of course, acceleration covered the human-centric economy, the projects and businesses related to health care, comfort. I use the word anthroponomics for that. So I think that if in the past we were talking in conferences that the future is about some technology singularity, the realm of machines that are far superior to humans, well, this will happen. But I think now we understand that the future is with anthroponomics, human-centric economy, and there'll be a new players there. We see this every day. I have friends. One of them used to be a cook, and he's now gone into synthesized produce, replacing sugar and salt. Another guy used to be an engineer, and he started doing medicine. So this will fly. And another thing, I think, which is, very important, we're in a forum on economics, and I'd like to mention that. In the past, human incomes were growing and the quality of life was growing. But now we've got into an absolutely new phenomenon, and we'll be studying that. The quality of life will keep growing more and more because people have come to think about the world around themselves. But the rate of personal wealth is not going to be as high as in the past, because even now a lot of people are earning likes rather than money and are prepared to perceive their work and business as fun, as a source of pleasure. And that has a lot of implications for business. So people are not going to become rich as fast as possible, are not going to want to enrich themselves as fast, but they would like to be happy. There'll be a lot of services that will come free. For instance, there are technologies that will allow producing basic foodstuffs like free bread. You'll have microchips and there'll be nano devices, and and people, oh, you're scaring me, you're scaring me. No, it's just great. It's just great. Think about it. People will be getting free bread, some free basic produce. This topic will enter the economy, free basic produce. And also, one other thing that I'd like to mention regarding the change, it's about certain things that we'll see that will touch every one of us. In 2020s, I think we'll go away from cash in developed countries. In 2020s, we'll also see a lot of space, a lot of people in space, for instance, at the same spaceship with dozens of people there. We'll see quite exciting things, such as like the ubiquity of electricity-driven vehicles everywhere, and that will happen within 10 to 20 years from now. And the main trend will be about the personalization of products due to technologies. And if we've got personalized healthcare and personalized food, then the big question will be, why do we need, or will we need so many pharmacies and food stores around us? So offline will start serving online. The last thought I'd like to share. You know, offline is going away from being number one. For instance, I do fitness with a coach via Skype, or we launch a project where people from a food chain, through their video consultancy, video sessions, so these consultants from stores, they stay in stores, and right from the stores, they provide consultancy to people who've come to the online pages. So this is a very important trend. Offline will stay there, but it will start to become a service for online. Thank you. I would like to reframe this question a bit. I know that you're a great Go player, and you mentioned quite a well-known fact, that the breakpoint in AI happened when the machine won a human in such a complex game as Go. So what is the next landmark that a rank-and-file citizen would understand, showing us that we've moved to an absolutely new step? Well, I'd like to say that the breakpoint mostly applied to the attitudes. So when large convolutional networks appear, for those who understood things, it was absolutely... May I just interrupt you? Well, perhaps this will not sound modest for you, but I think you were one of the very few people who predicted this moment very well, worldwide. Yes, perhaps I was one of the few, just because it was a very small percentage of people that had a knowledge of what deep learning, neural networks, and machine learning are all about. For laymen, just the thought that the machine can have intuition was just a no-go, but for a specialist it was quite obvious that we could expect that from a machine. So it was a natural moment, and for us, every time a king point happens, it's not when a radical discovery is made in science, but when the gradual curve of technology development comes to a level that everybody starts understanding that it starts to change their life. So I don't know what will happen like that. Maybe it's about drones. Well, of course, drones and driverless cars are, we can see them in Moscow streets. Unfortunately, the law doesn't allow them to drive without people, so people are still taking their place at the driver's seat. In healthcare, for instance, a qualitative change may happen when they will agree, when they will allow. okay, let machines be allowed to diagnose, and then everybody starts to understand that it's possible, and in addition, that the diagnostics are becoming better than made by humans. So now, if you remember, the law of robotics, they were written quite a long time ago by a sci-fi writer. So the level of knowledge in the society is very low. It's more about fears based on the lack of knowledge and on the movies. And of course, in the movie industry, you always have to have a bad guy, and the machine is playing that role. So I think that the king point will happen at the moment when people will understand that there are much more opportunities there than challenges. I think if we're on a poll now and ask them if they will agree that they're being diagnosed by a machine rather than a person, of course everybody will say no, the machine will make a mistake. But nobody will even think about the question, who is making better diagnosis now? So what makes Go interesting? It's becoming quite obvious. Yes, the machine is playing better than a human. In healthcare, it's much more difficult because the stakes are much higher. But when it is going to be proven mathematically that the machine works is more effective than a human, saving human lives, for instance, then that will be the change I'm talking about. The change will happen when it enters the areas that are as conservative as you could think about. Regarding healthcare, you said that the king point is going to happen when the people will start believing. But we know that even now, big data analytics provides a better prognosis for the ailment development than even a very good doctor. So what will happen then? Go players will probably keep playing because they're getting fun. But what about the medical doctors? There are two very important points here. One very important point is that people, while they were alone, not having a system that could take decisions, we were assessing the complexity of problems by the number of people that it would take to solve this problem. This is going to change when it comes to talk about machines. For machines, so there are such problems that are very easy to be solved by a human, but for a machine it's immensely difficult. Just, for instance, to make a puncture, it's an injection of a medicine. It's a very simple task for a human, but it's an immensely complicated task for a machine. Machines are learning, well, usually there are two targets of learning. Either we have some observation history that allows us to get data that are proven historically, or if we don't have in situations like that, they learn from the best people. There are verdicts from best specialists, human specialists, and the machine is learning from them. Take a doctor. Imagine there's a genius doctor, one in all the planet, but their capacity is limited. Of course, they can teach, but there are that many people that they can treat. But when they start teaching a machine, they will scale up their capability incredibly, covering perhaps the entire humanity. And this is what the technology gives us. The importance of a human grows, the expert knowledge. If you're a genius and if you possess huge capability and knowledge, so thanks to this technology, you can apply your knowledge much broader than without them. Thank you, Kirill. I have a small response. I think back to the machine learning, there are a lot of additions to be made in the 2020s, because one of the most popular gadgets in 2020s will be augmented reality glasses, will be able to process the picture that we see, each one of us, and that will allow a machine, software, to be learned on our own vision, on our own experience. And I think that will be a very good scenario that we'll see in the very near future. Thank you. Let's come back to our vote. Can you bring back the results of the voting? Who, in your opinion, has coped best with the changes in the education system? According to our viewers, 52% believe that school children and students, 18% parents, and only 29 of our viewers have voted for the faculty and teachers. Alexander, can you comment? Well, I think that the best to cope with the changes were those who had locus control inside, meaning those parents who perfectly know that it's their responsibility for what their kid is going to become up until a certain age. So if the control point is with them, then everything's good. In that case, the system can even stand in the way, like in a computer game, stand in the way for you to reach the goal. So it's no surprise that school children and students, among whom there are a lot of motivated people, were coping better because they just had an understanding that they really needed that. And regarding what my colleagues have said earlier, look, all these technologies free up a lot of time. And what's of interest is not the technologies as such, but how people will change because of these technologies. Now, thanks to Yandex and their colleagues, we save several hours a day. Like, for instance, since March, I've never gone to a grocery store. They just deliver things 3, 4, 5 hours a day. I don't have to spend them on unproductive things. And let's think, what have we people spent this time on? On ourselves, on self-development, on investing and making our lives better, or maybe just watch another TV series. That's the important story. You know, the technologies are doing more and more for us. So one would say that that's just another opportunity, but no. In fact, we're just flushing it down the toilet. And that brings us back again to the question. I think the important change of this year will be how people will be taking more and more responsibility for setting goals for themselves. And this will happen with school children and students in the first place. And teachers and parents will be borrowing ideas from them. In terms of evolutionary development, in your opinion, all these new capabilities and opportunities, AI and other things, spare me from listing them, will they bring us to a situation where the people will become better or worse in terms of evolution? Well, I guess evolution can't make a human worse, but let's simplify the question. Our brain, is it going to become, more perfect, or it's going to shed some functions that we use now? Look, a unit of evolution is not a species. The unit of evolution is a population, and this changes everything. Look back 100, 120 years ago, so that the whole humanity could live, not in a rich way, but just to survive. 95% had to work till their death. Now half of the world don't work at all. Half of the world don't work at all, and we live much better than we used to. So if you continue this trend, the population will survive this way. Somebody will keep their brain busy, and other people will keep their thumb on the remote control busy. Okay, colleagues, anybody to add anything? What I'll add is that these digital technologies are not being optimized to create more addictive products. In fact, rather do. So both social media and TV series are becoming more attractive, and people just get into the train. Let me add, Netflix is spending dozens of billions of dollars a year for the content. The question, the education that should compete with them for the audience, should they be spending hundreds of billions? And the question is then, are we in the education spending billions of dollars? No, we're not even spending a tenth of that. So Alexander, a provocative question. You do education, teaching foreign languages. Not only that, I know not only that, but still. And it's quite obvious for all of us that one day, sooner or later, we'll get perfect interpreters based on technology that will be running in our headsets or whatever. What's happened? Look, I started using the internet in 1982. And for the first 15 years, that was my competitive advantage. I had something that other people didn't have. And because of that, I could do a lot of things that other people couldn't. Now everybody has the internet. So when something becomes a commodity, so everybody has this, take this machine translation. So those will differentiate who will be able to do better, who to speak better, for instance. So you always have this need to stand up from the crowd. And you know, machine learning will cover all the daily needs, but in order to build a more successful career, you have to learn the language the good old way, until, of course, we'll learn to embed it into our brain.
Сможет с этим справляться машина.
So, let's better think about how the world will change if we take the Tower of Babel away. Okay, let's go from the languages to other spheres. I have the following question, and I'd like to start with Kirill. How can people get prepared for the changes that are awaiting us? Just to sit and wait, or to change their development path or learning path, or how to plan the future, to have a different look at the future of their children. Are there any recommendations that you can give to our viewers? I would say that today the main scenario of life in the future is that almost every one of us will become a business person, because the labor market in the future will not only be a labor market for us as humans, but also a labor market for digital twins, because the accounts we have, the way we present ourselves in social media makes a difference, and because a lot of things will be done online, and the headcounts of companies will shrink. People will have to become competitive, including the digital environment. So my recommendation will be twofold. First, to get prepared, to acquire the skills. In the first place, the skills of taking responsibility for your life, and this is a businessman. And second, to be aware of what's happening. Listen to futurologists, look at the market trends. There are a lot of markets that are going to grow in the next 10 years. Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the time is running up, and I think we've spent it in a very exciting way and didn't even notice how the time flew. But before we wrap up, I'd like to make a small announcement. At 5 p.m. today, we'll have a session where we'll again discuss the questions that we got today. We asked all the speakers to come up with questions preparations for the evening discussion. So we invite all the viewers to join us again at 5 p.m. Moscow time. So, dear colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you, dear viewers, for your interest, for your attention. And keep staying with us. The Gaidar Forum is going on. Thank you.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное лично в деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Микрофон, Леш, вот я. Микрофон выключился.
Да.
Эй, ну-ка. А я? А, вот, да? Да, и в***ки выбрали, да. Забылись, все. На эфире, да?
Ну, логично. А почему у меня два английских здесь?
У меня тоже. Ты знаешь, может, как-то настроили два канала. У него был включен сейчас вот это.
Средний, да?
Средний.
И это у нас здесь язык перевода. Потому что иногда язык оригинала так обозначается.
Хороший вопрос. Ты знаешь? Подожди, что вот у нас флор, смотри. Мне кажется, что у нас флор, с флора мы берем. Вот с этого и все.
Не, берем. Так.
Hello, dear panelists and dear viewers, dear audience, and today we'll be discussing very important and pressing issues for Russia. We'll be speaking about inclusive sports. And today with us we have the Minister of Sports of the Russian Federation, Oleg Matitsyn, the President of the Republic of Tatarstan, Rustam Minnikhanov, the President of the Special Olympics Russia, Olga Slutsker, and the CEO of Coca-Cola HBC Russia, Alexander Ruzhevich. I'm happy to welcome all of you here today, and I'm representing the organization, the Open Hearts Foundation, which has been involved in developing inclusive aspects. I'm very thrilled about the possibility of discussing this matter on such a high level and also discussing the very high-profile upcoming event which will take place in 2022, which will be the Special Olympics here in Russia. And this will be the Winter Games, in fact. And to me, it's a great and wonderful surprise, and it's a very important topic and opportunity at the same time to be able to discuss with such a top caliber of panels today, and to be able to think about how can we do this in Russia and what can we do to make Russia more inclusive and more open to people with development aspects and different opportunities, or differently abled people. And actually, when we speak about inclusion, it requires involvement of many people, from different social strata and all walks of life. And I believe that sports is actually a very unique thing in our lives, which brings us together. It's accessible, affordable for everybody, irrespective of your social standing, your religion affiliation, and many other things. And I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Sports of the Russian Federation, Oleg Matitsyn, and ask you, Oleg, first of all, what is Special Olympics? I know that this kind of word combination for many of our audience may be a new thing. Thank you very much, and it's a big honor for me to be able to be a part of this great panel today. And you've been absolutely right in saying that to be able to discuss this very important issue, a very important aspect concerning the Special Olympics as a movement, and working on inclusion, which is very important. And for our society and for the global society as well, this is becoming more and more important, because we're all different and cultures and countries are different, which makes sense. But our common task and goal is to minimize these differences and to integrate all the best practices and cultures and achievements, and to make sure that those people who may have some development special cases and situations, they would not feel alienated from the rest of society. And first of all, I would like to say Happy New Year post factum, and I would like to congratulate Olga on her birthday, and I'm wishing that 2021 will be much healthier for all of us, and may we take all the lessons we have learned and all the difficulties that we have overcome, and may we become much stronger and more united. As for the Special Olympics movement, I can say that this movement has been founded in the USA by the sister of Kennedy, the president, and it dates back to the situation, the special situation which they had in their family. And this was one vivid example of raising a child with some intellectual issues, and they made it like the basis of the global movement. And actually, they have shown that taking care of your child, it's a basic value for any society, and we believe that this is great, and it's very important to proliferate and to develop. The problem or issue of inclusion is that sometimes people may be segregated into some categories, and the challenge of the Special Olympics movement is using sports and using special programs and working on families to be able to give better highlight to this problem and to involve many healthy people into this process of raising and helping those people who may be challenged with some intellectual development issues. And it remains to be seen who needs it more, healthy people or people who are lacking their healthy status. And being able to build this kind of environment, it's a signal to society that all of us are actually responsible for the developing today and developing tomorrow. We have to think about the future of our kids and to make sure that people do not feel that they are alienated from the rest of society. Whereas in the Russian Federation, this movement has been in development for about 20 years, and I'm very thankful to Olga for assuming this quite a big responsibility to become the head of this movement. And we can see the new dynamics that she has brought into popularizing this movement, and actually Russia has been entitled to hold this special Winter Olympics in 2022, which is the recognition of the Russian experience and the involvement of the government, because since day one of building this movement, the Russian state has paid a lot of attention to doing all kind of events and to preparing the special pool talent and for international community. And this kind of position is very important, and the president of the Russian Federation has made a decision to do this special Olympics. The Republic of Tatarstan and the city of Kazan in particular will be hosting the Olympics, and they are well known as the organizer of major sports events. And actually it's such a capital where they pay a lot of attention to culture, sports and education, and these standards will enable us to hold this event on the highest level possible. As for the Ministry of Sports and for the Russian government, again, it's one of the top priority issue in 2021. We are planning to do about 8 events. 8 events according to the Special Olympics program. We will be having one test event, which will be the competition in the city of Kazan. And hopefully the governmental, non-public organizations and businesses will be joining their hands, and we will show that Russia is self-sufficient, we're open, and we are willing to share our experience. Thank you, and thank you for supporting this movement. And I would like to give the floor now to Rustam Mininkhanov, the head of the Republic of Tatarstan, which will be hosting such a high-profile and important event. And I believe it's another gem in our corona, in the array of many sporting events which have been splendidly organized and held in Russia. And Republic of Tatarstan is so progressive. It is not a surprise that such a grand event will be taking place in the city of Kazan. Rustam, what kind of infrastructure will be prepared for the guests of these Special Olympics, which will be from the world over, and what will be some inclusive events which will be happening in Kazan before that time? Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you very much for being able to share about this large-scale event for the country in general and for our republic. And I would like to thank our team, Olga Slutsky, and our minister, Oleg Matitsyn, that in such challenging times, our country has been able to get the status of the host country of such a landmark event in our country. And the choice was given to our republic and to the capital of our republic, because in the last number of years we had held many events. It was Global Universiade and the World Swimming Championship and the Confederation Cup. We had the World Cup stage, and the latest event, it was the World Skills, the Global Championship, which had also happened in our territory. And as for the infrastructure, be it for the hospitality infrastructure, transportation and sporting facilities, enable us to deal with all these challenges which we will be facing in the next year. As for the Republic itself, I can say that We see it as a huge honor and a huge responsibility at the same time, because seven sports will be held. In this Special Olympics, we will be engaging 5 sporting complexes or facilities. They're all intact, they're up and running. We have the full picture, like where the guests and the athletes will be staying and where we will be having all the competitive events and how to organize that. As for the organizing committee, it has been already established, and I'm kindly asking our minister to make sure that the same organizing committee would also be established on the federal level in Russia. So, as a matter of fact, it is not only about gaining some sports outcomes and results. It's actually about adapting those participants and want to make sure that they feel they're absolutely the same as we are. They can compete, they can show their best, and this is great. There is also another movement about professional mastery, and for 2 years consecutively we have been involved on the national championship, and we came in ranking number 2. And actually, these people could be asking for some government support measures, and they're staying very proactive, and they're great professionals, be it welders and design professionals and builders, you name it. And this actually the second track, the second sporting track for people with disabilities. And we can see that in our republic it's so important. We're paying a lot of attention to this. People may have different issues, be it physical or of other properties, but we have 6,700 facilities in our republic which are fitted for people with all categories of disabilities. And we have over 2,000 sporting facilities, and I'm fully confident that these Special Olympics will provide a big push for our country, which we will get after we have had this professional mastery championship. And we've shown that all these things are very important. So I can assure you once again that this issue is a top priority for our country, because this decision to be a part of this has been made by Vladimir Putin, the head of the state, and he entrusted this event to our capital, and along with the Ministry of Sports and along with Olga Slutsker's team, we will do our best to make sure that this would be the best Special Winter Olympics which may be happening in our country. I do not have any doubts about that. Thank you, Rustam, and we are eagerly waiting for the possibility to come to Kazan, and I believe that in February we are going to have the Russian Olympics for 6 sports, and we will be very happy if you'll find an opportunity to come and join us. I personally invite you. Thank you. And before I give the microphone to the next speaker of our session, I would like to show you a short video. Let's watch the video.
Все спортсмены друг друга поддерживают, все спортсмены друг друга, наоборот, подбадривают. Это больше похоже, я думаю, на классические античные олимпиады, которые мы знаем.
Это такое мощное лекарство для всех людей, сидящих на трибуне. В этих людях ты видишь столько доброты, целеустремленности, преодоления, силы воли. И многим людям нужно еще поучиться именно этим качествам и отношению к жизни.
Всемирные зимние игры специальной Олимпиады в 2022 году в Казани. Больше, чем спорт. Это событие, которое лечит души.
Next is Olga Slutsky, the president of the Special Olympics Russia, and I believe that she is a true magician. She is the person who has done the impossible. And as for Natalia Valyanova, who is the head of the Open Hearts Foundation, for many years she's been the member of the board of the Special Olympics Russia. And I remember that some time ago we were trying to deliberate and to think how quickly this could happen. I mean, holding Special Olympics in Russia. And frankly, I was thinking that it may take another 10 years. And here we are. Olga Slutsker is the official head of the Special Olympics movement in Russia. And this is happening right in front of our eyes. And referring back to Natalia, I know that this is a huge event. It's a grandiose event, even though she herself is the sister of a lady with special, developmental challenges, and she knows firsthand this whole situation about inclusive development. And despite of all the difficulties after attending Special Olympics, she was absolutely thrilled, and it's a huge driver for improving quality of life of all the people with special intellectual challenges and their family members. And also, it's an important driver of developing professional communities, because if sport professionals are learning many new things when they're involved in Special Olympics, even professionals in the medical field gain some new knowledge and some insights. Olga, would you be so kind to share with us about the programs which include special movement and Special Olympics? First of all, thank you very much for your invitation. Once again, hello everyone. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I have had my birthday yesterday. And what I would like to say, I would like to give you a very quick update. And to give you one example, in the Russian Republic of Udmurtia, there is a big settlement, a village maybe. It's quite far from Moscow distance-wise, and in this kind of remote location, they have only two schools. One is like a correctional or developmental school, and second one is just a general education school. Or, that is to say, one school is for special kids and other one is regular. And unfortunately, the students of the general school, for quite a while, they've been just sniggering and joking and making fun of those kids who were studying in this special, correction school. There was a mutual aggression. Then two sports trainers, two friends. One was teaching sports in this like a regular high school, and the second sports teacher was in this correctional school, and they both love volleyball, and they decided to build a unified volleyball team between the students of these two schools. They connected to the regional representative of the Special Olympics. They've built this special team, volleyball team. They've been working with the kids. They've motivated them. They were able to build this actual sporting team. And this team began to travel all over Russia, taking place in different competitions, in qualifiers, and then eventually they were qualified for the big international tournament for the Special Olympics in Serbia. They came to Serbia and they became #1. They won gold, and this is a fantastic story. In fact, it's a story when it's a grassroots, it's a bottom initiative. It's not somebody told you from the ministries, but just two guys, two of our colleagues, Oleg, you and I, because they are sport teachers in just regular public schools. They've built a totally different situation in these two schools. And this whole case is very indicative, because we can see that you can take kids from a regular school and to be more humane and to be able to accept people who are different from you in certain aspects. Not only this is good and great, but also it carries some bonuses with it. It impacts your life positively in terms of your professional life, in your personal life as well. And these kids begin to travel, right? They begin to meet new people, they begin to travel in Russia and beyond Russia. They won some medals which they've never gotten otherwise, unless they would be a part of this combined volleyball team, in this unified team with the guys from correctional school and with the guys from regular school. This is one example of this like real-life inclusion that we are speaking about, and we are serving to this idea, right? We're trying to promote this idea. And our programs are aimed, and thank you to the Coca-Cola company and to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, who are also developing the inclusive movement. We're aiming at shaping the mindset of the young people, because it's very important while they're still young to drop these seeds and to give them this, interest and acceptance of people. I will reiterate myself, people who may be different from you. They may be different by their intellectual or physical properties and capabilities. And let's say the Coca-Cola company's program, maybe you'll be able to give us some update later, and I will be sharing about the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. 6 regions have been chosen. They did not want to select, like a central, rich, big regions of Russia. They wanted to select other regions of Russia who would be geographically quite remote from one another. All the way from the Far East to the Central Russia. At first, there were 5 regions, then Republic of Tatarstan was joined and included into this program. 83 public schools have been involved, both correctional schools and just the general schools. And based on these public schools, they've built teams from soccer, track and field, and all kinds of different sports. They were like unified teams with the guys with special intellectual, physical challenges, and with regular guys. They're training together, they're playing together, and doing all kinds of activities. And all in all, they've built 249 teams. In 1 year alone, 249 teams, and we got the money from Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and we used this money for these projects. Now we're on a finishing line. We're communicating with the Vladimir Potanin Foundation. They've shown their interest in developing inclusive culture, and we want to do it in 15 regions of Russia. And what is important, that within these programs of building combined sporting teams, we're doing the training, we're training trainers, we're training sports teachers of how to work with these special kids and with young adults, those who have the special intellectual challenges or developmental challenges. And in this year of pandemic, in this kind of online mode, we have done some trainings involving thousands and thousands of professionals. As for the Mr. Potanin Foundation, we are planning to do some joint projects in 15 regions of Russia for the next 3 years. And without these kind of regional specifics, we're planning at least 2,000 people to be involved. Those who would like to get additional knowledge, who want to train them and train the trainers and sport teachers.
So we are training them all to handle people with developmental challenges. So this is what our program is about. And another point is that, well, since you mentioned the Special Olympics, I also had a chance to attend all the World Special Olympics in Abu Dhabi. That was Summer Games, and I was completely taken away by the wave of this pure energy of sports. Professional sports is, in a lot of senses, has become a show. It's all about televised events, it's all about commercial and advertising, and this is what I love. I'm a professional sportsman, I'm a professional athlete, but professional sports does not have this component of sincerity. So if we go to Kazan to watch these games, we will witness a flow of energy and a flow of pure joy. And Mr. Matitsyn mentioned family values. And in a way, this is what our program is about, because I believe that one of the objectives of our program is to support those families where there are kids with developmental challenges. And these families are in a very difficult situation. They face tremendous difficulties. It is very difficult to walk with your kid on a playground. It is very difficult to get your kid registered in a school or send your kid to a sports school. And I think this is my responsibility to give a chance to these families and these kids to go in for sports. I want to give them a chance to socialize their kids through getting access to the treasures and splendors of sports. That's what I have to say. I also wanted to ask you another question. I know that you have become the head of the Special Olympics in Russia sometime after the idea of Special Olympics has come about. And I think there are a lot of plans which have yet to be implemented, and you must have some ideas to develop this movement further. I know that whilst we are getting prepared to these games in 2022, we are planning to give more information on the heroes of these Special Olympics, because we do not know enough about these people as compared to professional athletes who participate in conventional competitions. What are you planning to work on? Well, regarding the athletes participating in the Special Olympics, I want to make one point. In a way, it's an anecdotal situation. Kids with developmental challenges who are getting trained in line with the Special Olympics program tend to be the most successful kids in their families, because the entire family is supporting them. Whereas other kids, normal kids, they don't have disabilities and other challenges, but they develop in a normal way, and they lack this chance to develop this sports career. So, by doing this, we are sending a message to families, to parents, and to everyone else. Here is an option for you to give an opportunity to your kids to live a bright and full life and get self-realization from it. There was a time when I went into sports, into fitness, and I set up the first network of fitness clubs in Russia. And we didn't have coaches. We didn't have enough coaches. We could have built many sports centers across Russia, but we had no coaches to staff these fitness centers. And we started, the first money that I got from this business was invested into developing coaches and people. We trained thousands of coaches, so thousands of fitness trainers and other specialists. And the same thing is true here. We need to set up the training system. We need to set up the communicational system. We need to set up the schedule of trainings. So we need to train the trainers so that these trainers would then spread this methodology further. And you played an excellent video, and I do like this video. It's a brief video, but if you like, we can show you a longer version of it. Our Olympic ambassadors are answering questions in these videos. We invited different people representing different professions to become our ambassadors. And these are very successful people, very decent people, and they are ambassadors of our Special Olympics. So this video is a good example of what we can do to advertise our movement. I do hope this video will be shown, will be broadcasted on our TV. This is briefly it. That's what we're planning to do. So you have a lot of a lot ahead of you. And now I would like to give the floor to the CEO of Coca-Cola, HBC, because it is thanks to Coca-Cola's support that we have gathered here today, and thanks to Coca-Cola's support, the Special Olympics is flourishing across the world. I had the chance to watch the opening ceremony for the Sochi Olympics games when I was in the United States. I know perfectly well what the Olympic games are and what Paralympics is and what the Special Olympics is. And then I saw Coca-Cola's brand and Coca-Cola's commercial. And this commercial showed videos from all three of these games, and it was a kind of a revelation to me. So I had the chance to understand the point of view taken by Coca-Cola on the issue of inclusivity. So it's sports accessible for everyone, sports without boundaries and sports without segregation. Alexander Ruzhevich is our next speaker, and he will tell us about the efforts taken by Coca-Cola to support Special Olympics. Thank you very much.
And with Russia. So according to official data in Russia, we have around 3 million people with mental disabilities. And as Olga mentioned, not always we see them amongst us. They live in a social isolation, and we would like to help them to discover a different world of opportunities and more visibility, and to help them to live normal life amongst us. And as you mentioned, that's why for the many years now, actually, when it comes to Special Olympics, for the 52 years, we are supporting initiatives which are leading to building inclusive societies. We'll also start with the short movie, which is basically describing the history of our cooperation with Special Olympics. We are longest lasting corporate partner to Special Olympics, so for already 52 years we are supporting this fantastic inclusive initiative. We are supporting it because we would like to give a hand, an opportunity and visibility to those fantastic people. We are doing this in order to put attention behind the importance of building inclusive society. And we are supporting Special Olympics because this is the way that message about those people and those sensitive groups come out to the rest of the world. And that's why gladly and wholeheartedly we are going to support the Winter Olympics in Kazan in 2022. A couple of words about Kazan, which is a long-lasting partner of Coca-Cola system. And with Tatarstan, we have fruitful cooperation in many areas. We are absolutely confident that with infrastructure, with the know-how, and with fantastic team, which is behind all these events, starting from Universiad, FINA, FIFA, WorldSkills, we have trusted partner who will deliver Olympics with excellence. We also have a great experience in this kind of events, so this is perfect match. And with Tatarstan and with Kazan, we are going to make Special Olympics, and as only Tatarstan and Coca-Cola can do. And now also building on something which Olga mentioned, Special Olympics are fantastic events, but these are one-off events, and they will start and they will finish at a certain day. And that's why we wanted to make something which is more spread throughout the whole Russia and more visible to everyone. And we developed initiative which is about unifying people with special needs, so with mental disabilities, and so-called people without them, and to pair them And we managed, irrespectively to the pandemic situation in 2020, we managed to organize almost 3,000 pairs of people with mental disabilities and without them in 20 regions of Russia. And we organized 47 events in which they played and they exercised together. So this is something which we believe will leave the mark, and this is something which will be sustainable initiatives which we are planning to roll out throughout Russia. So to go also beyond 20 regions in which we are present today. So to repeat our proudness of being part of this great initiative, our intention to continue being trusted partners to these sensitive groups, and our contribution to building inclusive society of the future in which our people with mental disabilities will get the space which they deserve and will live a normal life amongst us. So also I would like to thank everybody here, Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Olga, for walking together on this fantastic journey, which is going to be a long-lasting journey as far as we are concerned.
Спасибо большое, Александр.
Thank you.
Я в заключение...
Alexander, thank you very much. And I would like to ask a brief question to everyone of you, just to wrap it up. And Olga has alluded to education, because education is an area where people can come together, understand the idea of inclusivity, and become more open, and understand that people can be different. What else do you think we can do in order to make our society more inclusive? What do you think is there anything else we can change? Well, since I'm sitting closer to you, let me start. We have already mentioned here today that in a number of regions of our country, this initiative enjoys serious support. Now, Olga has rightly pointed out that we can set up the capacity and the infrastructure for hosting these Olympic Games, but the HR potential and we still have an HR issue. We have the infrastructure, we need the people to stuff this infrastructure with. And we have the All-Volga Academy of Physical Culture, and there is a special department in this academy which trains professionals in the area of sports. I mean, professional people who understand how to handle and how to work with these sportsmen and people who have developmental challenges. And I think we need to address this issue holistically. We need to look at sports, we need to look at education. I guess mass media could have done a lot more as compared to what they're doing now. So they're showing something to somebody, but what I think they should be showcasing stories when the people with disabilities are coping with their challenges and overcoming these obstacles. And I think if we had that, if we could see this information, a lot more people would be willing to support this. And another example is the volunteer movement during the pandemic. We even had business people assisting aged people with helping them and providing them help, whichever help they needed during the pandemic. Because these people live with us. They are part of our society. And we need to think more about it. We need to be more open. We need to act in a more active fashion. And this is not to say that
we haven't done anything before. A lot has already been done in our country to improve this. And Olga Slutsker is a very determined person. She's very focused, and I think she would deliver an excellent result. So we have been entrusted with an honor to host the Special Olympics, and we should host it in such a way that we should raise the bar very high, just to make sure that it can hardly be achieved by anyone else. But not to showcase how good we are at doing these things, but it's about leaving legacy. It's about underscoring the importance of tradition and the value of the people that we have in our country. So all large-scale sports events have become the legacy of our country. And the Special Olympics should be no exception. It should also become the legacy that would create benefits, not just people with developmental challenges, but for entire public. We have known each other for 15 years now, and we have delivered quite a number of projects together. So I will also touch upon the matter of training and educating people. And this is not just about Special Olympics. The Minister of Sports believes that it is the coach who is the core person in sports. And we have a special program focused on enhancing potential of our coaches, and it's a training program that helps them to become more professional. So we have a program for adaptive sports and Special Olympics. We should be more active on the regional level, and we should motivate our regional ministries of sports and our regional public officials to pay more attention to this. Because recently we've got too much focused on high-performance sports. But we have to look at other things. We have to look at our kids, by all means. We have to look at, we have to pay attention to building the family culture and family values. We need more positive coverage from mass media. We need we need good cases, positive cases. We need stories about families who are coping with the challenges and who are doing this successfully. We must not let anything else to overshadow the family values, because the future of our country hinges on that to a certain extent. And this is what mass media should be focusing on, in our belief. And Ministry of Sports commits to interacting better with different federal level mass media, and I think we can make our own contribution to developing the idea of family values. Interministerial cooperation matters a lot, and we are working together with the Minister of Education, because one of our strategic objectives is making sure that we are bringing up healthy kids, healthy from the physical and healthy from the mental perspective. So, and from that perspective, Ministry of Healthcare, Ministry of Sports and Ministry of Education can work together, because health is not just about physical health. And to that extent, I completely agree with Mr. Mininhanov. It is very important to keep working together, and we greatly value the support that we get from Coca-Cola. And we are delighted to see business becoming more and more active player in this field. Businesses can help to develop our society, and because better developed society means better business conditions. We are running out of time. Alexander and Olga, please excuse me for not giving you an opportunity to answer this question, but I think we'll have a chance to talk offline. I would like to conclude our session here. And I still can't believe that this subject is being discussed at such high-profile event. And inclusive society is a society, it's a win-win game, win-win situation. In inclusive society, all members of this society value the needs of all other members. And I think we can get closer to this situation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
В 2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, experts, partners. A year ago, in full audience here, we discussed the topic of trust here at the Gaidar Forum, and I believe that nobody expected that such dramatic events may take place within 12 months with this topic and the whole world. And so it seems to me that the starting point in our today's conversation is where we should look at what has happened. Because, look, the Gaidar Forum is an international forum. Here we've always been talking not only about Russia, although we're going to talk about Russia in a very focused and specific way, but we are talking about what is happening in the world and what will continue happening there. 3 days ago, a Deutsche Bank report came out about the future of the global development, which stated that the era of globalization has come to an end, the era which since 1970s continued until the 2020th, has been changed by a different one, the period of global disorder. Indeed, the links are being severed between the countries, the trade communications, barriers are emerging, the trade wars are being waged. So, to begin with, let's try to understand the basic global movement. What does it do to trust? Because the feeling is that during the past 12 months, the glass walls of mistrust have grown, and we're afraid of embracing our friends and being close to our enemies because we're afraid that our next of kin can be infectious. But the whole system of international relations have been turned upside down, completely cut away from each other, and there are cargo planes flying, all the way without any understanding of the final destinations. Is this a trend? Let's have a discussion about this lack of trust. Definitely something that has appeared in the world. Is it something temporary, or should we expect it to stay? And I suggest that Alexei Kudrin should begin talking, not because Alexei Leonidovich this year is the head of the International Association of the Public Audit Agencies, but because Alexei Kudrin, as the economist, as the thinker, as a public figure, have thought about these topics a lot and spoken about, and he understands what happens in the world, and I believe much better than many of us. So what is the forecast, Alexei? Is globalization over? Thank you, Alexander. This is indeed a very good thing that you started this conversation from globalization rather than the pandemic, because the pandemic adds on additional trends into the overall landscape. But of course, in the core of it, generally speaking, is the order of international relations and the international trade. And currently we are living through the period when, in the international arena, the leader is going to be changed. The economy, which in the subsequent years is going to be leading the world and to a great extent expanding its effect upon all of the global processes. I mean, China is coming to the forefront. There was a period when we witnessed that the United States was promoting the liberalization of the capital expansion and trading prevailing in the WTO in order for all of the borders to be brought down for the American, very competitive kind of goods. And from that, the United States derived its income. And currently we see that the picture is changing. It is China that is currently becoming the leader of such a liberalization. I suppose that China is not yet strong enough, is not reputationally strong in terms of the international platforms. I was able to see it myself through the examples of dealing through WTO and IMF and others. But nevertheless, these decisions by President Trump, which I would say have been a little bit ahead of our times. I mean, suspending 2 major regional treaties that haven't come into force, generally speaking, introducing the tariff barriers which effectively very strongly devalued the effect from such an international important institution as WTO, demonstrates that, yes, generally speaking, the institutions which provided for that stability are losing the form of significance. I'm sorry to interrupt. Do I understand correctly that your understanding of the process comes from the notion that since the lead in the global economy is changing, quite clearly there is a certain contention growing which grows barriers, but then the new leader starts to push these barriers away, like China, who created this Asia-Pacific free trade zone, and through that this new project of globalization that is coming to the surface. I mean, globalization is coming back with the new drivers. Yes, indeed, but this is going to be a long-term process. It will take a lot of time, at least 30 years, and there is a set of circumstances now that we are at it. The American currency, as the international reserve currency, will continue prevailing for a long period of time, at least for the next 30, 40, 50 years maybe. The Chinese currency is not going to become yet the global reserve currency because China is not yet making enough of the free capital movement into its economy in terms of the definition of the value of assets. The statistics is not very credulous. I mean, the Chinese economy, in a bit unknown entity, a little bit of a black box, despite the leading world companies who are listed at the international stock exchanges. In this sense, as long as China is not enough open and more transparent for the rest of the world, only after that happens we'll be able to forecast the China's effect upon the global economy. And I believe that the China was past that journey within 30 years. 10 years ago, I said, if China wanted to make RMB international currency, it would take it 10 years. It would be enough. But as it turned out, the Chinese leadership is taking a more cautious look at the need to get involved so quickly. Yes, they're taking their time, indeed. And so 30 years is going to be enough. Right now, in terms of the purchasing power parity, they are the biggest economy. I mean, converting it into different language, it means that in the physical volume, all of the goods in the world, they are producing more than the US, and quite competitive goods with that, and that turned them into a serious leading competitor in all of the global centers in the US and Europe as well. Yes, I understand, but we are not rather talking about the global trade, but about the trends of trust in the world. Do I understand correctly that this new driver, this new leader of the global growth is something that doesn't generate too much of a trust impulse, because amongst us, we should say that this is a digital totalitarian regime. It's a closed system. In the meantime, it is. And so what will happen to the trust in the world, because China and America are important, but in the end of the day, we live and work here in Russia, and we intend to remain here. But what with the trust trend, well, my next talking point is, or my forecast, that regrettably, the role of some of the institutions is going to continue to be diluted. I mean, the ones which brought about traditional rules of the games and relationships, in a certain way, they're going to be revised, and it would be really great to have them revised in a planned way. And in this sense, I would say that President-elect Biden is going to be conducive to a more staged achievement of a certain consensus. I do recall simply the 2,000 years I spent in continuous negotiations about these key institutions in the world and the capital flow and the results of the 2008 crisis, when we were looking at the way the global financial markets, what should be the way that they should be regulated in order to avoid these disbalances which would turn themselves into crises. So these institutions were being developed in that way, and I hope that that process will continue, and possibly this period of the new order taking place will take some time, maybe 10 to 20 years, in some instances 10, in some things 20 years, but new alliances are going to be emerging, which will be defined by the new set of orders, and in that sense will pass through a certain 30, 20-year-long journey of uncertainties and new order taking place, which eventually is not going to be like it used to be with the United States being a single polar system where a single center would be most influential. It would be more pluralistic, it would be more versatile and flexible, and I do believe that the world will take us there, including new technologies, promoting new products into the market, and innovations which, in the similar token, are going to be actively developed, like in India, in China, like in Russia, and in Europe. And my last statement, if I still have some time left, of course, the pandemic, it is seriously pushing us forward, like the destruction of some of the institutions, as well as the need to have new institutions being created, and the barriers that I currently see. I do not attribute them to the element of mistrust, because this same thing, I mean, the barriers as well as various restrictions for mobility of people and goods, these are more of a protective kind of measures, like in any quarantine, like any lockdown that ever took place in some of the world region, which would eventually disappear. So I would say that this is not just the core thing in this mistrust. It's a necessary objective measure, but this is exactly what produces this new list of mistrust factors, when we do not trust information about the pandemic, when we do not trust the vaccines, when we do not trust the measures that the public governance is offering because we believe that they are either excessive or not enough. Some of the people don't take them, and so COVID distance is this new movement that we see, and that is being juxtaposed upon many other things, like the Eurosceptics, who in their turn are trying to torpedo, attack some other institutions. Well, this is the destiny of trust, and this is the destiny of institutions. If these institutions are to gradually transform themselves, then the trust is going to be recovered. If they're going down, then this trust is going to be very flimsy. Well, my main argument, and that mistrust is a much more expensive kind of a luxury or a phenomenon than the kind of trust that is being created through the institutions. And these institutions, better to have the institutions as they are rather than that is going to be an inevitable objective process, and we're going to follow it. We're going again to try and revive the security relationships, including the cyber security. We're going to have new trading treaties, national, international, the global one. We will have new financial institutions, which in terms of these very complex transactions which pass through the digital institutions, the world is going to inevitably follow that path. It won't close in on itself, because that will be wrought with stepping back or lagging behind the progress. So one must fully be able to fit into this trend. Svetlana, could you please tell us, from the point of view of the Russian business and those who are looking for ways to develop, how these entities and people see this global situation? Because the way you can think is that there is an erosion of international trust. However, there are regional alliances that are shaping up, import substitutions, trust to domestic entities is growing. Trust is such a slight thing because there is a closed social capital, open social capital, and in Russia at the same time there are stronger links now between the domestic entities and players in terms of import substitution. So in your mind, this global process, how has it affected the response on the part of the Russian business? It's thinking about the future in terms of this mutual trust growing. Well, of course, last year, the business, having lost some of the external and domestic markets, was looking for new opportunities in the global markets as well. And I would like to say that if we are to consider the expertise of the Agency for Strategic Initiatives and our projects, during this very difficult years, we were able to take 40 projects on the national technological initiatives to the global level. Seemingly, everyone was locked down, and import substitution was something that many focused upon to support our local businesses. But many of our projects have been commissioned to further be developed by the US customers and the BRICS countries, and really continue to fare well. And what's the explanation? Is it because of the new niches emerging in the markets? Let's say the healthcare technologies really took off, or the PPE technology took off. Is it a result of some revolutionary processes in the market or the result of a long-term trend in the Russian market. Yes, this is the result of a long-term effort, because despite the situation, the Russian development institutions which operate in the international markets never stopped, and so as part of our initiative, which was titled Go Global, we have united all of the resources, Minister of International Relations, Minister of Economic Development, Russian International Cooperation Agency, Roscongress Agency, and so the format of a remote dialogue, including with our international partners, helped us to, in certain cases, run down our costs in order to get these new contracts. Now, speaking about certain global international trends, something, I mean, yes, I can really confirm what you've just said, that the online format helped us to enjoy a much greater ease with which the top international expert enter conversations, or the foreigners as they apply to get enrolled into the Moscow State University, because simultaneously certain relationships they expand, and this compressed trust really helped us. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes, on top of it, last year, as part of our Russian initiatives, we launched a gathering of the best regional practices, municipal ones as well, related to running down the costs in the self-isolation regime against COVID. And we were able to then transfer that practices and expertise into a relationship with the World Bank, UN, with the BRICS countries. And we, as a feedback, we enjoyed a very open and transparent dialogue, because all of our counterparts were so keen to have it with us. Last year, India and China presented their ways of dealing with the pandemic and the way they supported their businesses, which points to the trust. So the trust, this is a very individual attitude, either towards your partner, towards your counterpart in a dialogue or a business, be it a country or a human being. And so I would say that the interregional links, on the contrary, were getting stronger. Alexei already mentioned it, that politics, if we look at it, the destruction of trust, it began before the pandemic. Speaking about the US, this gap in the relationships with China, with the other national partners, mistrust, open mistrust, expressed mistrust to the institutions. This is not the end of globalization. Yes, indeed, there will be a bit of a leeway. There will be a period of individualism, so to say. Economic selfishness, rather. Yes, but this is the time now for the parties to take seats at the negotiating table and somewhere alter the rules of the game, somewhere change their agreements. And so I would say that very shortly we'll be witnessing the emergence of new institutions which would face new tasks, new objectives, where we would be able to go back to the kind of trust we had and maybe even multiply it. Oh, thank you. But if I may say also a couple of words on the topic, I do agree with you two more than with Deutsche Bank, because I don't think that the globalization is over, because, you know, one generalizing it this way should look not at 30 years ahead, but 200 years ahead. Because if we take a look at what has been going on since the middle of the 19th century, why the middle of the 19th century? You know, 1857 is the first global crisis. So, looking at the globalization indicators related to the overflow of people and capital and services, this is very much a fluctuating process. Globalization very often went up and down. There is no straightforward curve, but this fluctuating nature is quite obvious, because we understand that one force is the gravitational one related to the economy, which reduces the cost and opens up the benefit of the distribution of labor, while the other force of it is related with the cultural distance, because it's very difficult to manage the whole process when there are different, diverse cultural expectations requiring very concentrated coordination. So it moves in different ways simultaneously, sort of breathes in and out. And so I do agree with my colleagues who were saying that we have rather passed through the low point, and the recovery process that is going to take place now is not going to be straightforward, and the shape of trust in many ways will depend upon what will happen to the international international institutions, the extent to which they will be revived, updated, and whether this is going to be an abrupt process or would take a staged form. If I may correct you a little bit, because these are the kind of conclusions that I do agree with, most of them, but I would say that we haven't yet passed through the low point yet, because a revision of the institutions, I mean, the Trumpian period, who really have shaken up the international relations and in many ways severed them. This is just the beginning. So we are just about to come to our own awareness in the world. And I would say that, for example, we will have to wait for a long time until the real alternative appears to the dollar. Euro, 20 years now around, hasn't been able to really stand up to the dollar. Not because the European economy is not so fast and competitive like other national economies. No, I mean to say that this is the kind of process which has just about started in terms of certain cataclysms. We will still feel them in certain international aspects. Now, cybersecurity right now is the priority topic where all of us together will have to agree. How much time will it take? 5, 10 years? And what will happen during that time? What kind of institutions, financial ones, or personal data institutions are going to be subjected to attacks and destruction? So we will still feel very unpleasant symptoms of those things while we're not yet reaching full agreement. Well, I mean, that we see eye to eye in terms of the long-term forecast, in terms of the revival, but whether we have passed through the low point or not, as is usually the case, we are pessimists and optimists. No, I would say that we're all optimistic here. Yes, we're quite optimistic, I agree. Yes, and that is why I believe that it's about time for us to talk about the situation in Russia with the trust and with the future. So with your permission, I would set it rolling by saying a couple of words in order to go over to a more operational kind of a format and discourse, because the establishment of the international cybersecurity institutions is not so much dependent upon us compared to what's going on in our own home yard. And whatever we can do here with trust is not only the topic to discuss, but this is, in a bit of a way, the accountability of those who are present here, those who are listening to us, those who agree with us, or those who criticize us. So just a couple of words to set the matter straight. So let's remember what we were saying about the economy, and in this sense, the problem, of course, and here I do agree how Alexei very nicely put it, investing into the institutions is much cheaper than, generating loss from the mistrust, because it's an institutional trap, like corruption, like the economic losses from economic barriers, low competition. In all such cases, it's a bit of an economic tax which reduces economic efficiency, which deters us to achieve opportunities to jump on the spiraling curve of economic opportunities. In terms of the scale, losses from mistrust have been evaluated, and thank God that was done by independent experts, not us. I mean, the well-known French economists Jean Algan and Pierre Caillou, who came up with a comparative international survey of the so-called using environmental impact method, identifying the net gross domestic product, showing that Russia could have had by 69% more, almost 40, almost even more than 40% of the GDP per capita is what we're losing because of this mistrust tax, so to say. And I believe that the losses because of the corruption, administrative barriers, low competition, and monopolies, and because this is not about the monopoly rent, but also they are comparable to this, but I believe that these are the biggest losses that we are suffering from. So this is my first statement. So generally speaking, what we are trying to deal with is the very big economic scale task. Now, the second point is whether we can find a solution, because the loss from mistrust is losing a dead cargo, as opposed from the corruption where there is always a very specific recipient. Yes, in the area of mistrust there are vested interests which serve various arrangements, issue warranties and guarantees and so on and so forth, but this is not really the case of a corruption or the monopoly rent. At the same time, I believe a very important circumstance is that in this area, the technology breakthrough that Maria and Alexei referred to previously produced new impulse, the fair wind, because what has been, of course, before the pandemic, but dramatically was promoted over the crisis of 2020, digital ecosystems, the so-called distributed trust, which you find a very high level of trust toward digital platforms, because these are very well working institutions produced by aggregators based upon the AI technology, which cut off the non-compliance, and so this trust started expanding upon these technology platforms, and consequently there is a challenge to the previous institutions. The Moscow State Economic Department in spring, we did the estimate that based on the European data and in the autumn in terms of what is going on in Russia, there is a substitution effect taking place. These new institutions of trust, they are growing, and they are displacing the traditional government institutions as service providers in the EU. And won't imagine where the government starts to lose the policing and judicial functions effectively are being done by these platforms. The most ineffective public institutions, they are the first ones to diminish, and the government will have to do something about it, because as it turns out, the fair wind blowing in our sails, and the trust continues to go because of the reasons that new institutions, new technologies appear, and such an institutional provocation comes to the forefront, that something has to be done to the national system. The public servants will have to really do something about it, because based upon our surveys, the level of trust to the Russian government, 49%, to the private digital services, 59%. So institutional competition, that's what we're dealing with now. But these are the questions not only to the government and to the changing institutions. This is also about the culture, because the trust is related to the corporate governance, to what is being taught at school, the way it is being taught at school and in the high schools, whether anything is being pronounced from the high place that, only one voice is right and the rest should follow, or this is a project-based activity and networking activity. So, going over to the discussion of this particular topic taking place in Russia, I would ask Svetlana to begin by answering the next question. What is it that the business organized in such networks, by the networks on the networks, like the Agency for Strategic Initiatives, what business can realistically do, and whether it wants to do this in order for this high economic tax of mistrust to bring it down, and I suppose to get some benefit, not only for the country but for themselves. Otherwise, what kind of business is this? Well, effectively, I was also very impressed, Alexander, by the figures that you quoted, that we are losing because of this mistrust. Colossal percentages in our gross domestic product. I mean, the economy is losing. We've also taken a look at the recent data covering 100 countries of the sociological polls about the trust to the government, mutual trust, and the economic growth and the GDP. Absolutely being confirmed by the figures presented by the French economists. So what you can do about it, Alexander, and again from the point of view of businesses, I believe that the trust as such can be raised higher, more trust to the institutions inside the business environment, trust on a mutual basis, the public kind of a trust. We may not be the trailblazers here, not at all, because there are such countries as Australia and Estonia who within the 10 years period by 20-30%, almost twice. I mean, the very small neighboring country of Estonia almost raised the generalized trust level twofold. I mean, among the majority of people, Estonia, amongst other things, by launching the electronic government platform, which very seriously, like you've mentioned, strengthened the level of trust towards the electronic platforms and digital services much higher than the analog kind of formats of the interaction between the government and the population. Australia also raised the level of trust through working on the strategy aimed at strengthening the family and the community. It's not on the side of the economy and the business, as you see, more of a public kind of a realm where it did the right thing. So when we talk about trust, this is not only running down transactional costs, but also raising the level of activity, the level of business activity, the level of communal activity. And we've taken a look at another sociological polling when in the 90s, Russia and the citizens were used to more of a collective kind of a communal existence. And, just 10 years down the road, we became very individual. Yes, trust is very good because international surveys do show that the individuals are building the bridging social capital. I mean, the trust to alien groups, strange groups, other groups. Yes, that is very right. There was a bit of a recoil even because we were growing tired from the kind of communal notions that were forced upon us. And so currently, working with different regions, working with different communities and leaders, we do feel that there is a very strong need for it right now. And so people are ready to cooperate around certain targets and objectives and interesting tasks, around important initiatives that they see for themselves. So what are we doing right now? What do we plan to do in terms of strengthening this trust? First of all, you already mentioned the control over the supervisory activity, because the factor of the judiciary system in terms of the control and supervision makes a very important contribution if we talk about the economy of trust, whatever applies to the relationship between businesses and the law enforcement agencies. Today we support the practice of verified businesses. We launched together with the law enforcement the platform for business, which has been around for 2 years, which has in it totally different principles upon which the law enforcement collaborates with the businessmen, where the businesses have the possibility of an independent audit in various central departments of these agencies, when whatever the territorial divisions do in terms of the, well-substantiated or not-substantiated audits, opening criminal cases. So the central office, yeah, you should agree, this is the topic that we were talking about 10 and 20 years ago when Herman Gref was putting together this program. Alexei, I'm sure, remembers it quite well. But what I mean to say is that we should first answer the question, as was known from one of the famous movies, from the quote of Saba, what do you need it for? Why does the business need it? Not in terms of, having just a passing conversation over a cup of tea. So I do remember that there used to be a good case that you presented some time ago at one of the conferences of a company which is called Vkusvil. Why? I mean, this company put together a totally different mechanism that it follows. Well, because the businesses, first of all, act on the consideration of generating income. And so the business learned to estimate the losses from the slow trust. And so this Vkusvil company is able to demonstrate digitally how, thanks to being able to raise the trust within the company itself, makes it possible to save 60 million rubles monthly through introducing digital services, where the company employees have the right to make a mistake. And this is not punishable, but this is considered as the reason to learn something new. And these kind of practices can be introduced in any organization in this country, which would very seriously strengthen the trust towards them amongst their customers. So you mean to say that the business has become aware that there are certain easily reduced transactional costs which are related to high level of trust. And these are reduced in a much easier way than the corruption costs or the low market competition. And so they went into that as the way to achieve their economic outcomes. Exactly. And now the Agency for Strategic Initiatives, like this super system whereby the businesses and various communities are moving forward. So apart from what you've just described, that apparently we need new approaches in dealing with the law enforcement, the control and supervision, I absolutely agree with that. Because I do say that this is the biggest obstacles on the way to really tap into the entrepreneurial potential in this country. The system of, rather the lack of it, I mean, the lack of a collective political control. If it is possible to achieve it, then the economic results are going to be totally better. And in this sense, what else your agency believes to be important and intends to do? Well, for example, this year, we're also going to present the results of the quality of life in the regions as a ranking, and there is a very interesting indicator, the loyalty index, in terms of how well are you satisfied living in that location, living in that region, how much of your future you connect to yourself, to that region, and we see that it directly correlates to trust, where the trust to the government authorities, where the level of trust to, let me say, to the municipality is higher, then the loyalty index is much stronger, and that means that an individual is not going to leave that place, he's going to stay there. It means that, on the contrary, these regions do enjoy a positive surplus in terms of the mobility inflow, better birth rate. Yes, dear governors, there are instruments available which are related to a level of trust to you as an individual, but which can be converted very easily into economic benefit. Yes, we do see this as a toolkit for the governors, for the public figures, to improve the level of trust regionally, and how that can be later converted into an economic benefit to the region. Well, I must admit that we discussed this particular issue at the expert council under the Speaker of the upper house of the Russian Parliament, Svetlana, and I. We had a conversation with the head of the Federal Tax Service, and there were some good ideas coming from the governors who suggested what should be done in order to, because there is a growing awareness of the fact that these instruments really can produce results. And the head of the Kamchatka region and the head of the Archangel region were mentioning such instruments as standards and KPIs related to elected officials acting on their pre-election promises. Yes, indeed. Participatory budgeting, selective taxation. But let's move over to what the government could have done. Well, Alexei, I would like to emphasize once again, this is the question not to you in your capacity as the head of the Federal Audit Chamber, but rather to an individual who has a wealth of experience of working in international, in Russian institutions, in creating strategic documents. What one should do in order for us to turn this situation with the trust towards the institutional structures in Russia. Because I shall remind you, like in the first part of our conversation, we mentioned that situation with international trust depends upon what happens to the international institutions. But in Russia, it very much depends upon what happens to the Russian institutions, because those who grew off the digital platforms, I can't say that everything is so perfect there. There are problems of user agreements that you cannot fiddle into. There is a threat of monopolism. We see that this platform can decide at their own discretion to really exclude somebody, and we ask why? Because that is our corporate policy. But with the public institutions, we also have quite a few problems which, if being solved, could create different impetus for the development of trust. Could we hypothesize about a little bit? Well, first of all, I would like to support this topic, which we convert from the conversation about trust, because it's a standing topic, as long as there is a public governance this topic is important, but nevertheless we convert it into the area of instrumental notions where we're saying that we want to plan these kinds of steps which would strengthen trust. So the whole question is what for, amongst other questions. Seemingly, it's always clear that the government or the public agency that is being trusted is able to institute reforms which, in the end of the day, are aimed at making the life of the people better. And so you have to get this mandate. All have to understand it in terms of the honesty of election and the straightforwardness of the political system. You very seriously underscore that despite the fact that we are talking about the role of the law enforcement agencies, maybe in being such that slows down the business activity. Unfortunately, this whole topic has become ever more acute. And Alexander very correctly stated it, that the public, collective political control is important to be able to regulate this area. So, generally speaking, political institutions and the public institutions which are being built as transparent, which have various checks and balances and various control elements, represent the most important thing. So when we now start talking about what needs to be done, we need to very scrupulously establish these models which would enable, in terms of the work of the law enforcement agencies, the kind of objectives that they have to pursue and fight crime, not to deter, not to slow down, but to facilitate justice and arbitration in the areas where invariably there will be disputes, like in business and human society. And so the system requires from us to spend more time. I would similarly say, I will simply just quote another point. I made it already in the past. During the past 10 years, we've been growing at a 1% pace, and if we to decompose it and to try and figure out why, one of the points here will be low investments in terms of real investments. In 2020, we will be at the level of 2011. Generally speaking, since 2011, investments haven't been growing in real terms. Why all of a sudden? We have people, and the productivity of labor in Russia is twice below the European one. So, roughly speaking, this is an enormous resource. Just use various practices, build factories, reduce costs in any product category. You just do the economy of scale. But somehow, this turbulent kind of activity doesn't produce the effect of a driver. Why? Because the kind of institutions which may produce the guarantees to these institutions are not strong enough. I mean, the predictability from different viewpoints. Taxes are being changed. The rules of the game in terms of the rules of the business are getting altered. But there are certain positive things here as well. Because right now, what I would mention, about 3 to 4 years ago, I said that the scale of regulation and the supervisory activity is what we should, raise up twofold, and that would conform to the European level somewhere, which is more flexible, less burdensome, because, like in our case, control, permission, without any nuances. So this year, in 2020, now taking into account the decision made to restrict the controlling activity, yes, I mean, quite clearly, this is a crisis year, so it would be difficult to expect the investment to grow in fits and starts only, maybe. But again, I heard the report made by Grigorenko, who is the vice premier, about the administrative guillotine, regulatory guillotine. These are correct steps leading towards that outcome, and they have been well thought out, and everybody agrees that the breakthrough is necessary here. But, the trust between those who represent the government and the public and the citizens, because regulatory guillotine, what does it mean? It means that we trust more, and so we take down some of the barriers, and here in these paths, in these areas, we will re-agree on new terms. Well, generally speaking, to a certain extent, not in full, like many believe, the technologies and all kinds of digital platforms may raise this level of trust because they substantially eliminate this bureaucratic red tape in getting the necessary services, and there are new initiatives by the government so that issuing various security, social security subsistence to various individual categories, mothers and disabled people, could happen without people submitting paper documents. So that, well, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I very much believe that that will turn out to be a success in the area which primarily, like in the local, public documentation office, because we have witnesses like there's a great success in public administration of this particular communal services, and I'm sure that our Prime Minister, this kind of success will be able to roll out to the neighboring areas and regions. But this is not the kind of the regional aspect that Svetlana referred to. But, nevertheless, this kind of area that we're talking about, this red tape and the so-called, having people move around all kind of government offices, submitting various documents, only hearing back that I'm not entitled to this or that. Nevertheless, that has always been a very serious burden to overcome for all generations. And even now, if historically we will pass through the part of our journey where staying at home without having to go to the public office, you'll be able to get the answer you need within minutes using artificial intellect, because you are in the database, all the information about your family is there, and you get what you are entitled to. All of the permits, all of the government certificates. This is a little revolution in itself. No, this is a big revolution, I should say, because whatever occurred over the past decade, I mean, the evolving interface between a citizen and the government in various household issues that surround us is exactly what enables the level of institutional trust in Russia to remain at a very decent level. Higher only in China, for example, but in the European institutional trust is somewhere at about our level. It even went down a little bit, but I must wrap up our discussion. I would like to say, yes, go ahead, let's say something. I understand that our time is running up. So I would like to, do the bullet points in terms of what I see a priority. First of all, I do agree that the level of institutional trust, which in Russia is quite low, based upon the Edelman survey, we've got about 26%, while in China it's 70%, and this is indeed such an enormous gap, and that considerably affects our GDP growth because that is the economic taxation. But where I would see these initial steps that we should pursue transparency of all of the budgetary systems, because there is nothing more important that we are paying taxes, and who want to know whether these taxes are being spent upon our health care. This is a taxpayer culture kind of thing. Next, let me see. Yes. The transparency and openness of the government agencies. We did the survey, we came up with a ranking. 1/3 of the ministries, by law, is not responding to the requests received from the household. 2/3 do not respond to the media requests, although the law demands it. After our ranking, situations started changing a little bit for the positive thing, but the public institutions must do that. I would also mention the public councils, including in the law enforcement, because the assessment of the work done by the law enforcement should also be done using the social polling, which is not being done, although under the law it should be done. I would also mention the fact that the culture of criticism in this country has been played down in terms of criticizing any sort of a measure or a discussion of a public nature. Here I would say we're currently in a situation where the information space is more controllable, and the critics have become more sensitive, because the fact that a lot of media outlets have been closed. At that very critical point, I must interrupt Alexei. Svetlana, would you like to say a closing word? Well, I believe that, in as far as the business is concerned, in order to strengthen the trust, there is a possibility of open platforms that we can resort to, and there are established practices in different projects related to technology development where businesses cooperate and create and produce very important products. Dear colleagues, I do feel that this is not enough. I mean, this time that we had to talk about it, and we shall definitely continue. But the most important thing that we wanted to share with you, our friends, and this is our common position, this is a very grand, very big topic. This is a grand agenda. And Svetlana and I do believe that this is one of the most important issues for Russia in the 2020th. Trust. And the second thing that we all agree upon, and something that Alexei mentioned, this is an operational thing. There are solutions which would allow us to do away with some of the transactional costs, change the structure of others, and achieve the economic benefit and a lot of good for the country's economy. And, of course, the cultural topic. Because in Russia, the most important question of an open and frank conversation, do you respect me? This is it. But you should raise a different one. Do you trust me? Thank you. Our conversation is over.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими? Или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
В 2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые дамы и господа, коллеги, друзья.
Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. I would like to welcome everyone on the sidelines of the Gaidar Forum. This is the 12th Gaidar Forum, and today we would like to talk and discuss foreign economic activities and strategies of foreign economic activities. And we have two agenda items for today for our discussion. Number one, and the first round of discussion is that we would like to talk and decide how the openness of an economy impacts economic growth, and does it? Why do we need to develop foreign economic activities? It is not a rhetorical question, because many people are saying that. Why do we need to do that? Instead, we need to make an emphasis on import substitution, and the country will be like autarkic addition to the global economy. We're going to supply ourselves, and the answer is important. And the second question, or the second agenda item, is how should the government help developing foreign economic activities? And I guess I'll take a couple of minutes in the very beginning to say what is my perspective on why we need the strategy of the foreign economic activity, why it is important for companies and for government as well, and why do we need to understand the clear policy of the government in this field. To begin with, we can see that the global experience shows that there is no such a thing as the closed economy or autonomic economy. The answer is obvious, because again, each economy is limited in terms of its resources, and they have to be focused in the most successful industries, and these would be the industries which have some comparative advantage, not before other countries, but before other industries of the same country. So you have to choose the most efficient industries within a country. I guess it's a function of the market, not of the state, and they should be developing at the expense of the lesser effective industries. And then other services and goods will be bought elsewhere, and everybody wins. These would be some evident question which you study in your undergraduate courses in the university. And until the middle of the last century, each country would be specializing in certain industry and exporting those goods and services. In the second half of the 20th century, we can see that we can see the intra-industry trade, for example, cars. France is producing cars, and Germany is producing cars as well, and they're trading. So where is that comparative advantage? The point is that it's a different mechanism which also improves efficiency, provided that you have big enough market for many goods, especially high-tech goods and items, which are science-intensive, research-intensive products. It is important to have a large scale of production, and if the company is working only for its domestic market, you cannot build this production efficiently. In later decades, we can see that countries begin to specialize not on merchandise or goods or one industry, but on operations. This would be the added value chains. So the short answer to the question of why we need to strive to develop foreign economic activity, it's clear, because when you're exporting, you can build new markets, and export and import enable you to use comparative advantage and to focus resources in those industries which are important. Scale and scope of production enable you to get new knowledge as you go. And of course, another important aspect, speaking about an open economy by definition is much more efficient than a closed one. Those exporters which go to the international markets would compete with international corporations. Usually they are much more efficient than those who are working domestically. According to different research, from 15 to 30% you have additional efficiency if you do some export operations. Import is also important, because if you do not import goods and services, there will be no efficiency. And again, according to the practical experience and the science, this is the situation globally. Alexei, the question goes to you. What is your ideas and your perspective? How should we develop foreign economic activities in our country? Hello, dear colleagues and dear friends. I believe that you asked this question or questions, and you have given very canonical answers. It's difficult to argue with this. Why do we need an expert? Without developing export activities, we cannot attain the 3% of the GDP, which is the economic goal. And the main driver, of course, is the domestic consumption and domestic markets and domestic economy's consumption. So investments should give us a big increase. But without export, there will be no investments, and real disposable incomes will not increase as well. In the last 3 years, export would give us 1 percentage point of the national GDP. If you look at the netto export, its contribution was negative 3.6 points, because the importation has been growing very quickly. So, of course, we need to change the situation. It is reflected in the national development goals. And we will have to boost our export amid the situation which is much more tough and difficult than the previous historical periods. Albeit they also could be very difficult, because now we can see the global growth of protectionism. These outcomes of the global trade wars between the major economies have increased the level of protectionism in those respective countries, and the COVID-19 has also messed up the situation and disrupted the global added value supply chains. Now we have the process of the global regionalization of the added value and added value chains. And now many countries are trying to employ new approach to the production by using robotization and automation. They begin to return their production sites from the developing countries, so-called onshoring, and the new approaches and digitalization means growth of productivity. Eventually, this is what we're seeing right now. And add to this the later years of our economic situation, when the WTO, as the international body of dispute resolution, is not working efficiently in this capacity, and we have not overcome the appeal capacity of the WTO. And we know that many countries, when they've lost their cases, they're trying to appeal to appellate court, and they know that simply there'll be no favorable ruling. One outstanding example would be our European partners. They've lost the dispute about the energy corrections. It was a totally unfair and just approach which has been existing for many years, discrediting our economy. And international bodies have seen that. And our colleagues have depended on the WTO appellate bodies, and they've prepared a new report about the big distortions in the national economy, with all the same arguments applied to the Russian national economy. At the same time, we're seeing some new challenges. The climate issue standing alone here, standing aside. And we can see that in the last year, this kind of message, civilization message, has become an imperative for operations of many national states. And this is reflected in many aspects, not only carbon tax, it's also the fact that many countries, including that of China, have declared the plans to be carbon neutral in some perspective. That means some pressure on the coal production and coal energy. That means that many financial institutions are going to give up financing coal and coal-related productions. Next is electric transportation, because China has successfully completed their own program to support national electric transportation companies. They've built an industry which is now, in these economic conditions, can grow and function quite well. And next, let's look at Europe about developing a new ecological standard, Euro 7, which would be unattainable for the internal combustion engines. And hydrogen energy is yet another hot topic. We can see some economic rationality for all these technologies. I mean, we will have to adjust in this very complex world. We will have to build a new strategy of our foreign economic operations. At the same time, it has to be mentioned that export and import substitution, as we can see, they are not competing paradigms and practices, but they are mutually complementing practices. industries. And we have seen this vividly on the examples of the Russian agriculture, when the import substitution has really quickly morphed into export. It has been worth of 28 billion. And now we can see also the flip side of the situation, that we are very strongly integrated into the global markets, and actually we're impacting the global markets. I mean, our decision about export duties are impacting global markets, and we also do realize that. And now our main challenge is to make sure that we decrease the negative impact of the global inflation, signs of which we can see. It's a global food inflation. It also impacts our domestic markets. We have to build the system, but all in all, import substitution is adding to our export-oriented economy, and building, producing a very competitive product would not be possible without import, because speaking about the products of the high value added, we cannot do without foreign components, elements, and parts, which is okay. And we have to develop our importation policies based on the situation, that we do have some reasonable share of imports. But I guess it will be a separate conversation. And eventually I want to say that this dilemma of being either a closed economy or more open economy, you cannot find any major economy which would be 100% open to everyone and everything. And the relation of export to GDP in Russia is on a very high level, over 25% compared to the USA, it's only 8%, and China is 17%, France is 20%. So indeed, we are quite an open economy. At the same time, all major economies are looking into the markets. You cannot find the netto openness, 100% openness. Now, speaking about the biggest global economies, and we are doing just the same to maximize this value added within these value added chains in our country, and we're going to develop this policy. And answering your second question, we will be elaborating about that. Thank you. And now, Dmitry, I would like to ask you, speaking about your company, which is a privately owned company, and quite a big one, for that matter, do you have to export, or could you possibly work on the domestic market only? You know, yes, we must export, because by producing synthetic materials, all that we do in Sibur. Sibur is producing petrochemical products out of the side products of the oil and gas production and processing. Now, what do we mean by the market? Market means all the industries which are using our materials for their subsequent productions. I don't know, this stage, look at this stage, for example, or some packaging solutions, or your car automotive details, or warming up houses and buildings and all the utility sector. We are selling our materials to whoever is buying. And when we speak about Russia and the Russian petrochemical industries, very often you can hear some numbers. We have a lot of hydrocarbon raw materials. We're one of the global leaders, which is true. But the share of the domestic petrochemical products exported globally is very, very low. At the same time, we have the flip side. We are not producing anything just for the sake of producing. It has to be consumed by someone. And the Russian economy, in terms of the global GDP, is again about 2%. So we need the market for our products. And in this sense, we can be one big showcase as an industry, having a big resource for development. But in terms of domestic consumption, we are not as big as a country. Market is not as big, so exporting for us is a must. But do you think you could do without import? No, we can't. And especially when it comes to the new technological constructions and buildings, Sibur is a company which has annual sales about $7 billion, and in the last 10 years we have invested over $20 million into new capacities. And when we speak about any major technological units, you have like two components. roughly speaking. You have technological part and you have the common production side, and in this technological part you have some equipment which we may be importing into a country and without which you cannot build petrochemical capacities. When we think about the polymeric products on the Russian market in the last 10 years, we have almost fully substituted importation of the petrochemical products in those segments where we are operating. So your import substitution is export-oriented at the same time. The same products which you're exporting at the same time, you are replacing possible importation with the same products in Russia. No, chronologically speaking, I think it's a vice versa. First we begin to do the import substitution and then we begin to export it. So the priority number one was import substitution for us. And by the way, going back to what you have been saying in the very beginning, I do not see quite a big contradiction between export-oriented development and import substitution, because both are the real reality check for you being competitive. And without being very efficient in import substitution, without finding yourself competitive, and without working on foreign markets and competing on international markets, you cannot see what you're doing right or wrong, what you have to do better, and what you have to give up. So for me, both importation and import and export, as both line of business, they would be as valuable. And it is like Maxim when he was saying today about the Russian agriculture. It's the same logic. We are replacing, substituting things which had been imported. At the same time, we're exporting the same goods. So this is actually export-oriented import substitution, although you would think that these would be the two different things. One remark about agriculture, if I may. It is not about petrochemical products, but the big chunk of the Russian export would be the raw materials. And we are developing a non-raw material export. If you look at the Russian agricultural products divided between regions, this would be reflection of having or not having water. Agriculture is monetizing water resources. In this sense, Russia has a lot of water resources. It can actually export water via agricultural products. And this is the whole purpose of the foreign trading, because it's trading resources, not by goods, because any goods and merchandise requires some resources, and I would agree with that completely. Next, let's move on to our next agenda item. What should the state do to develop foreign economic activities? Because when we were saying about it right now, we think that, okay, foreign economic activities is actually trading in goods and maybe in services also. But it's also the market of metals and market of labor. It's also the part of the foreign economic activities, right? So we probably have to mention this as well. What is the government support in terms of exporting companies? How does it look, and what should it be like, and what should the government do? When we speak about the comparative advantages, okay, the country is doing better something compared to what other countries are doing. Again, this is the product which you are selling. It should be competitive by definition. What does it mean being competitive? Being competitive, it means managing your costs, which will define your prices, your retail prices, which you'll be providing domestically or internationally, right? And in this regard, in this situation, there is one part, it's all related to manufacturing. And here the costs would be changing due to R&D, new developments, organizational innovations, digitalizations, and you name it. And here the government can provide quite a big support on a big way by investments into science, into education, into manufacturing infrastructure. On the other hand, there is yet another component of expenses, and this would be a component related to the regulation. The government can make easy procedures for exporting, importing licenses and whatever it may be. And they could create some big hurdles and problems. And to me, as an economist, of course, there is certain very mechanical work, so to speak, which the government has to do. It's a third component which I'm not mentioning right now. But another very interesting question is how to make sure a very comfortable environment for companies and organizations. Of course, you have different economic indexes like doing business index and so forth. But just how easy it may be for exporter or importer to do their economic operations. It's quite a big portion of expenses, all the more that our country, in this sense, is not in a very good condition because of the big territory and big size. First, you have to transport it logistically to a seaport or to different hub, which means that your costs are growing. So regulatory expenses are very, very important component in this sense. And if you do not mind, I also would like to make a remark. What I want to say that I've taken this reproach by Maxim, that using my power as a moderator, I've touched upon all these topics, but this is not the case because you've been speaking slightly about different things. And you've underscored many interesting things. Maxim, first, I want to hear you. What should the government do in these three lines of business? Please go ahead.
No, Sergey, we welcome the approach when first you give us the right answer and then we follow this pattern. It helps to consolidate. It helps consolidate our discussion. I can see Mr. Mordashov wants to answer the question regarding integration into the world market. There are very many things which we can do and may do, and I do hope that Mr. Mordashov will touch upon this, because there are different strategies applicable at different markets. But answering your question directly, I'd say that well, we have to talk about our natural competitive advantages, those advantages that we naturally have here. And getting back to the EU report regarding discrepancies in our economic system, EU Commission complains that we have lower cost of energy resources like natural gas, for example, and that drives our production costs down. So EU Commission has some grudges against the pricing method that we apply here. And indeed, we have relatively low cost of energy here in Russia. So on the one hand, this is our natural competitive advantage, which unfortunately is offset by the long transportation lag. So incurring low energy cost, at the same time we incur higher logistics cost. We incur extra cost to provide heating to all our homes, and none of the European countries face similar costs in terms of heating systems. So when we approach this holistically, when we calculate the entire production cost, we will end up with a completely different number, and our natural competitive advantage would look differently. And we need to think about it. We need to keep being mindful of it. We have to focus on preserving this competitive edge, because we don't want to erode it. And this is why we need to be in contact with business, and we need to constantly look at this. Because in the end of the day, there are two things which may affect this competitive edge. So it's profitability, because once your profitability goes below a particular level, then you have to cut your investment, you have to cut salaries to people, and then you lose your labor resource. And we have to be mindful of this. We need to keep productivity in mind and the link between the productivity and the competitive edge or competitive parameters that we have. That's a very important point. The second area is the export support that we can provide. A lot has been done over the last several years. And indeed, we have become more focused, at least from the marketing perspective, and we act with a lot more vigor. Yes, we need to have more clear-cut targets here. We have to develop a more clear understanding regarding which products we market at which market segments. So on the one hand, the government has to help, or let's say has to assist from the service perspective to all our big companies, because our big companies are still making their way to foreign markets, even without the governmental assistance. But if we take the metal market or fertilizer market, these are markets with very tight competition. And on the one hand, you compete with your domestic manufacturers, and then all of a sudden tomorrow you start competing with foreign suppliers, and you have to deal with tariff barriers and tariff restrictions, and then you need support from the state because you need a representation in the WTO. And this is exactly why we are permanently in contact with big Russian companies, and we provide them with necessary assistance. And on the other hand, we also have to focus on promoting those programs or those products which will not make their way into foreign markets unless we help them, like our railroad machinery, locomotives, and other products which are manufactured in Russia. And Mr. Konov is increasing his export at the moment, but I still think he would face certain restrictions in the near future, and he would still have to ask the government in order to get assistance in terms of entering a market of a particular country. And this is what we have to do, assisting our agricultural companies, because the growth of agricultural production is supported by elimination of sanitary or veterinary barriers. And this machine is working, or this mechanism is working fairly well at the moment. And we have other things which help. We have intergovernmental commissions, and I must say we are using this mechanism quite effectively. We have our trading offices in foreign countries, and we do believe that there is a room for interdepartmental and interministerial cooperation. There is a room for improving it. And we need to focus on creating other niches. Like IT industry is actively developing here in the domestic market, and we need to develop a better understanding of what kind of assistance IT industry needs from the state in order to start working in foreign markets. Like recently, we launched a pilot project focused on tailoring our IT products to the requirements of foreign markets, because there is quite a demand for our IT products abroad. So we have to measure the efficiency of our efforts and then think about rolling it out. The same goes for our domestic tourism. We need to enhance domestic tourism opportunities for our own citizens, and once we do that, we will see an inflow of tourists from other countries. And Mr. Konov's company is a kind of an icebreaker in the petrochemical sector, which has tremendous potential. Not only can we produce our natural gas, both in liquefied form and through the pipeline, we can also produce and export petrochemical products like methanol and other things. things, which actually makes export of natural gas even more valuable. So these are the key points that I wanted to highlight. Mr. Reshetnikov, thank you so much. Mr. Mordashov, I would like to thank you for joining us today. And Mr. Konov answered the first question. And the first question to you is, why do you need to trade in the foreign markets? You're a large private company. What do you think is more important for you, export or import? And the second point, what do you think the government and the state should do in order to help your company to develop in a better way? Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to join this session. I think I will side with what previous speakers said.
Вообще, сам по себе постановка вопроса, можем ли мы отказаться от внешнеэкономической деятельности, от экспорта и импорта, мне кажется,
I think it's not the right question to ask ourselves whether we can stop importing or exporting our products. Mr. Reshetnikov pointed out to a very important fact. Our country is heavily dependent on both import and export. If both export foreign trade and if export and import stop tomorrow, then our economic activity would stop dead, because I think that our GDP gets 50% from export and import. Because we export oil, we export gas, and Russian budget is heavily dependent on foreign trade. Russian economy is very closely integrated in the world economy. Energy sector, oil and gas production, metal smelting. These industries will cease to exist if they don't export. And also, as consumers, you are not ready to say no to imported products and services, like Coca-Cola, foreign cars, different kinds of services, including informational services. These are part of our life. If all of a sudden we're unable to use it, I think it will be a disaster for us. So all these discussions, I think these are far-fetched discussions. I mean, whether we can close the country completely, and we don't want that to happen. Yes, indeed, we need to protect our domestic market. Yes, indeed, we have to stimulate our import of foreign trade activity. We have to take measures to protect our domestic suppliers. But this is not to say that economic autarky is simply impossible. It is out of question for us, because it will affect our interests as consumers, and it would affect our interests as workers. So I support everything that previous speakers said. But however, in order to be competitive in the domestic market, you have to export, because open economy has more stimuli for further growth and further development. And in order to export properly, you have to have access to highest quality products and services available in the foreign market. This is the only way forward, and I don't think there is any other scenario for our national economy. Or take Severstal as an example. We export from 30 to 40% of our production, and we are one of the largest employers in particular regions of the Russian Federation. We are one of the largest contributors to the Russian budget. And we faced a contraction of domestic market, and that was induced by the pandemic. But that helped us to export more. World economy is slightly recovering at the moment, so the demand for metal is slightly increasing. So we are making some living here. We are paying salaries to our workers and so on. So we need to be mindful of this. I think it would be a complete disaster for Sibur if they decide to stop their exports. We cannot be a closed country.
Because it's actually quite concerning and frightening that we have to discuss these questions openly. Because I think we need to develop better understanding of the world in which we live. And
вот смотрите, вы не до конца ответили. Вот когда мы говорим об авторкии, то, конечно, все немножко не так. Так примитивно никто вопрос не ставит, как я его специально заострил. Говорят так, что давайте ограничим импорт. А экспортировать-то, конечно, надо.
Of course, we should export our products, but do you think we can limit or restrict import? And you made a very good point that you cannot export without importing products. Can you stop importing products? I mean, your company. Of course not. Of course not. There are two very important points here. We cannot stop importing products if we want to keep our productivity and efficiency, because in order to deliver highest quality and lowest production cost, we have to be efficient. In order to remain competitive, we need access to the cutting-edge developments available in the foreign market. If I don't have the right equipment, if I don't have access to best operating practices, if I don't have access to IT technologies, I will not be able to come up with a good quality and competitive product. In order to export efficiently, you need to import relevant things efficiently. This is evident to me. And efficient import pushes us to become more and more competitive. And that does a lot of good to our consumers and to our country. That's exactly the point that was made by you and by two other speakers. No way we can remain competitive if we limit competition. It is the open economy that pushes producers to remain competitive. And we're all consuming things. We all want to have access to foreign-produced products. Just imagine that all of a sudden we should say no to everything that was produced abroad or that was produced with foreign-made components. It would be a disaster, because you will have to say no to a big part of your life, and we have to be mindful of that as well. Okay. I think I should give a chance to Mr. Konov to answer the second question, and then Mr. Resetnikov will wrap up. You mean what the state should do to assist our company? The company and the government may have different agendas, and it's perfectly normal. I'm not saying this tongue-in-cheek. We want to have clarity, and we want to make sure that we work in a simple and straightforward way. I'm not a Coca-Cola lover, but I would say that we should not restrict sales of Coca-Cola here in Russia. However, when it comes to equipment, the government has to make sure that it spurs development of particular areas of machine building, for example. This is the governmental agenda, and from our perspective, we need to build up production systems that will assure our competitiveness. And in this case, there is no complete overlap between our agenda and the governmental agenda. We are currently investing billions of dollars into creating new production capacity. This production capacity will help us better utilize available natural resources and convert them into valuable products. We can do it quickly and in a risk-off matter. But at the same time, we are not using the full potential our own machine building industry has, or our own metallurgy industry has. And we need to strike the right balance here. And striking this balance is not an easy thing, like import substitution or choosing particular products to substitute when you have complex technological projects. I understand the agenda of the state. то они не смогут поставлять и на экспорт в будущем. But the point is, if our machine building company cannot satisfy our demand in equipment, then they will not be able to satisfy the demand in the foreign markets. So, let's say if a unit produced in Russia costs 20 million and a foreign produced unit costs 15 million, then we need to find some way to offset this 5 million. To give a chance our industry to start the serial production of this unit and make it more competitive. So I find it difficult to answer your question what the state should do. Well, the state on the one hand should support those industries which are developing and investing in their development. On the other hand, the state should also support those industries which are lagging behind. And it should create environments so that quickly developing industries would consume products from those industries which are lagging behind. So the second point, Mr. Reshetnikov mentioned the WTO crisis. However, the international trade rules exist and there are accords which govern international trade. And certain measures which are stipulated by those accords may be seen as risks for our producers. So I think the business and the government have to work together here in order to support our exporting capacity. On the other hand, to avoid the situation when we will face a complete ban of our products internationally for price dumping. Mr. Mordashov, please, the floor is yours. I would actually support what previous speakers said. But first, I'd like to mention one really important thing. Talking about assistance that we can get from the state, we need the state to remember one very straightforward principle: do not cause any harm. It is extremely important that the state does not disrupt the market or erode the competition. Like, for example, we keep discussing pricing on different kinds of Russian products, and there are calls for introducing restrictions in the domestic market, and the price for steel has gone up quite a lot in recent several weeks, but before that the price plummeted. The price tanked. But now there some politicians are calling for introducing import duties and introducing restrictions in metal trade. And we are heavily competing with other producers internationally. And if we face restrictions on our export, then our profitability will be impacted and the prices here will be impacted. The industry itself will be impacted, including our employment capacity. Our cost is growing in a very stable way, but I never asked for introducing import duties on steel, which sounds quite logical. Because that's how we should respond to the market movements. We have to be careful and we have to be reasonable and rational. We want to regulate the market, but we don't want to erode competition.
But again, I want to say that it is very important not to cause any harm or weighing carefully all the consequences of possible governmental actions of regulating export and import. Secondly, I think that speaking about our interests of our private business and interests of our government are much closer than you would think. We also want to develop the domestic machine building, heavy machine building. We do not want to be dependent on business, but it should be balanced, right? We have to have some reasonable mechanisms which enable domestic production to gain some footing and develop, especially especially since sometimes we can see malafide competition domestically and internationally. It's all aggravated by all these trade wars and the low efficiency of the WTO operations, when some mechanisms are simply not operational because there is no arbiters or umpires, and also sanctions. Silovi Machine company, the power machines, which you've been mentioning already, you've been talking about machine building. We've seen some discriminatory measures. Sanctions have been imposed against this company, which actually jeopardized the heavy machine building industry of Russia. Number of companies have been in severe danger. All of this makes us think about some countermeasures and how to help companies. And of course, the balance is very important. I would support Dmitry in saying that I believe that these measures are also right for us. We need Russian suppliers, so we want to keep Russian suppliers. But you need to balance the situation, not to kill the competition, and eventually not having to overpay for kind of services and goods. So this is about being balanced by the Russian government in regulating domestic market. We do need support for that. Like I was saying before, and my colleagues, about protections, about the trade wars, which has been aggravated by sanctions imposed on our economy, and we're asking the government to help us due to those political resources and intergovernmental commissions and the trade rep offices. We know that the Russian government cannot do it all, but still it's about close cooperation between the government and those economic operators like Sibur and Severstal companies. I believe it will be very good if we will be helped in promoting our goods and services on international markets. Thank you. We have only 2 minutes. Maxim, may I ask you to sum up our discussion, please? It will be very difficult to sum it up when discussion is ongoing, because I can see that Dmitry and Alexander have struck the chord in our souls, so to speak. Speaking about the national projects, last year we've done a big work in restarting national projects to make them more concentrated, more targeted. And also the Russian Export Center has been reimagined and refitted, and doing all these changes. Dear colleagues, we've been thinking hard about how to make sure that this support would be in line with all the WTO norms and regulations, not to frame, so to speak, Russian producers, and not to cause the situation of possible investigations or possible sanctions being imposed. And even if one of them will be wrong, will make a mistake, those countermeasures will apply to the whole industry and will involve a huge risk for the economy. So we have to pay close attention to that. I would second to Dmitry saying that we do support companies. And I would say we do not always see eye to eye with them in any moment of time. Because in some cases, well, we want to restream this flood of investments into the science to make sure that we have Russian technologies, and we know that in the moment these technologies could be the best in all this sense, could be the best measured against the best international practice. But it's the function of negotiations and agreements, and by no means can we risk and jeopardize these big investment projects which are being done by the Russian companies by imposing or by promoting our own ideas and our own developments. We know this limit. We know these potential sacrifices that these companies can bear. But it's again about negotiations which can be done and are being done in the ministry, in the government. It's good that we have an ongoing dialogue. We have some hard numbers, and we're looking for compromise based on those cold data. Speaking about import, I want to say that all of our procedures, they have to become much more complex. What I mean, they have to be much more differentiated. Let's say now we are thinking about e-commerce and trade due to those electronic platforms. And now we're talking about re-importation when we need to return some supplied merchandise or goods which may be not demanded. We do not have any good procedures. And this year we and the Federal Customs Service, we have to build this procedure. Otherwise there'll be no sales, neither by electronic trade nor moving to proper servicing mechanisms for the export. The whole world is now consuming not goods but services, or a package deal, and we felt it. We need to have, I mean, the word complex probably not the right word to say, but I would say very sophisticated regulation of customs procedures to provide support to this very high-tech export. Our economy has become complex in the good sense of this word, because we have a lot of added value, but at the same time you have to look into more details, into more aspects. One more thing. In the very beginning of our talk, you've mentioned that the market is all important and the size of the market is important. We do have a big integration project. It's Eurasian economic space, which has been developing so far, and it is very important to us to make sure that this project evolves, because it enables us to return the market. We can build our common Eurasian market, and we can see that in the last 5 years we've seen the growth of the mutual trade by 35% within this economic cooperation. It's a great result, and we can see differentiation of our export, which is wonderful. We have learned how to meet expectations of, reconcile expectations of different economies and different companies. Now we are developing this kind of integrative culture, which is very important. And it's important that by the year's end, the presidents of the respective countries would approve the strategy of integration. And this is strategically important, and we need to support and to expand this project, doing it by developing the free economic zones or free trade zones practices, which we do along with some other countries, and within the Eurasian Economic Cooperation we are going to develop this. So summing up our discussion, I would propose the following. In the year 2020, the strategy of external economic activities has expired for Russia, and we have prepared some proposals about the next strategy. I think we need now, in view of all these new normal, new realities, we have to reconsider all these strategies, to pinpoint the risks and opportunities in those strategies, and in 2021 to set the goal to polish this strategy and adopt it on the level of the Russian government, which would be my initiative to stay in the dialogue. Thank you very much. Dmitry, thank you. Alexei, thank you as well. And thank you to everyone who was with us. I'm saying goodbye to you and wishing you a great day.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
И АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
Год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
на наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And we continue our work at the Gaidar Forum, and now we start our session that is called Social Responsibility of Big Business. We will explore the effect and the impact that pandemic had on the big business, and we'll also talk about cooperation between big business and regional authorities. And we have the following speaker. We have the CEO of Gazprom Межрегион Gas, Sergei Gustov. Thank you very much, dear Mr. Gustov. We have the governor of Irkutsk region, Igor Kobzev. Mr. Kobzev, thank you for joining us here today. We also have the governor of the Astrakhan region. We are glad to welcome you all here. Mr. Babushka, the question is to you. 2020 was quite a challenging year for the entire country, and coronavirus, the lockdown, the pandemic, these are the key words of 2020, and all industries and all regions have been more or less impacted by the pandemic, and I think big business felt the brunt of this pandemic. Межрегион Gas is the company that ensures gas supply into the regions, and your company and your business has been impacted by the pandemic. Tell me more about it. And let's talk about social responsibility. You will keep hearing this word combination over the course of our session today. So, has big business changed its attitude to social responsibility, and what projects did you plan to implement, or what projects do you have in your pipeline which are ready for implementation? We'll talk about this today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm delighted to welcome all of you here. Regional gas suppliers and gas distributors, which are part of Gazprom Межрегион Gas, are part of the life ensuring infrastructure in our country. So reliability of gas supply is ensured by our country. We supply natural gas to industrial consumers. We supply it to metal makers, cement makers, petrochemical industry, electricity producers, and we also retail natural gas to retail consumers. 2020 was quite a challenging year for us all, and Q2 of 2020 started with the rise of the pandemic, and we had to completely restructure the way we work. We had to tailor the way we work to the new reality. In spring 2020, many experts forecasted that industrial production would stagnate and gas consumption would reduce. Now, looking at the numbers for 2020, I can say that we delivered fairly stable performance in 2020, and we did not see a considerable dip in gas consumption across Russia. Some consumers reduced their gas consumption. Electricity producers did the same. But we all remember what Q1 of 2020 was. We had very warm winter, and average temperature on the territory covered by our gas distribution network was +3, 3 degrees above the average. And this is why gas consumption by retail consumers and energy producers was impacted by that. Agricultural industry and petrochemical sector actually consumed slightly more gas than they normally did. And looking at gas consumption in 2020, I have to say that Russian industry was working in a very stable way. At least gas consumption did not reduce. That means that Russian industry keeps working.
I think we all had to face certain restrictions regarding the lockdowns, and my colleagues here can confirm this. The government issued, in April 2020, the government issued a decree number 424, which changed the way of providing gas supplies to retail consumers. Under this decree, we could not disconnect retail consumers from gas distribution network for non-payment, and we could not come up with penalties for non-payment. Of course, that had a certain negative impact upon our financial situation, but we realized that that was a necessary measure. And our regional gas distributors found other ways of interacting with consumers. We we started working online, we started restructuring debts, we started negotiating various forms of payments, and it was a truly teamwork. And we worked in close cooperation with governors and with regional teams, and I think we worked effectively in these challenging conditions. Regardless of the restrictions imposed to curb the coronavirus pandemic, we managed to deliver against our plans to create gas distribution infrastructure across Russia. In May 2020, the President of the Russian Federation issued a set of guidelines which we are currently implementing, because we want to ensure accessibility of gas as fuel to all consumers at the territory of the Russian Federation. So we invested 56 billion rubles. That's the record high amount that was invested by our company, which is 22 billion rubles more than in 2019. And that money was spent on creating gas distribution infrastructure. We hooked up 800,000 more consumers, and we converted 410 boilers into gas-burning boilers. We made gas available. Gas network is currently available in the Far East region, in Khabarovsk region. Now we made gas supply available at other territories of the Far East that has previously not been covered by gas distribution network. In the end of 2021, we will be able to supply gas to the Vostochny space launching site. We also had a large-scale federal-level project that was focused on ensuring gas supply to a boiler in Vorkuta. We are expanding gas distribution infrastructure in Karelia and in the Caucasus region. In Leningradskaya region, we brought gas to the town of Priozersk. Also in 2020, we heavily focused on assisting our governors in drafting the new 5-year plan. So we had to take several factors into account whilst drafting these plans. So we had to look at So we had to focus on ensuring gas distribution infrastructure in rural areas, just to make sure that those who live in the rural areas have access to the same conveniences. We enhanced safety of gas distribution system, And then, so we have included many proposals submitted by our governors into our 5-year plan. And the head of our board, the chairman of the board, has agreed to these plans. The total investment under these plans would amount to 526 billion rubles. It was confirmed by CEO of Gazprom, Mr. Miller. Under this program, we will build 400,000 kilometers of gas distribution network. And we will make gas supply available in 3,600 settlements. And gas will be made available, gas will be more accessible as fuel for many industrial companies, for many agricultural producers. And this is the key objective of the gasification program that the Russian Federation has in place at the moment. This 5-year plan from 2021 through to 2025 is a socially responsible plan, I would say, because under this plan we'll focus on ensuring gas supply to rural areas, like, for example, our efforts in the Astrakhan region are focused on remote territories and rural areas. And this is where people have the burning need in using natural gas as fuel. This 5-year plan will become an integral part of the 10-year plan that also has to be drafted. And as instructed by the President of the Russian Federation, Gazprom should complete rolling out gas distribution networks by 2030. And that's a crucially important decision for us. Russia is a country with very cold climate, and we should reap the benefit of having abundant deposits of natural gas at the territory of our country. So this is what we keep focusing, this is what we will be focusing on during the upcoming 10 years. We keep hooking up every new settlement every day. Under our 5-year plan, we should hook up 2.5 villages or settlements to the gas distribution network, or 10 in 2 days. And we are working up to this plan, and this is our response to this pandemic. That's quite a response, and I understand how much effort was invested into it. And you already alluded to the regions and to the governors of these regions. So let me ask you another question, and my next question goes to you, Mr. Governor. Could you first please give us an update regarding the situation with the pandemic and coronavirus? Mr. Gustov has mentioned the plans that the company has. These are plans which these are long-term and medium-term plans. But when it comes to social responsibility, big business has to interact closely with the regional authorities. Sometimes, when a disaster happens, a lot of assistance is required. And this assistance and this help is required here and now. I'm currently referring to the Toulon disaster. The entire world was closely watching this. So you are the head of this region. What do you think about it? Because, let me reiterate my point. A company may be working in a planned fashion, so you have a schedule, you have a plan, and you deliver against this plan. But when you have a disaster, you need to alter your plans. You have to apply for assistance. So tell me, what is the situation there? Because we are interested to get an update on coronavirus, and please tell us about Toulon. We are in touch with the management of Gazprom, and I think we have come to the point when the plan for ensuring gas supply in Irkutsk region is finally approved. Currently, only 9% of Irkutsk region is covered by gas distribution network, so we have to heavily focus on the gasification of this area. Energy is natural gas is the only energy we have. Yes, we need to develop our potential to produce renewable energy, but it is not there yet. However, we have huge deposits of natural gas on the territory of our region, and this is the competitive edge that we have. Now, answering the question that you asked previously, I think first and foremost we are interested in making sure that we become closer to each other. So this difficult situation with the pandemic has brought us closer together, and big business and government and regional government and big business from different industries like forestry, mining industry, they have all united their efforts. In March we had a meeting with Mr. Deripaska, head of Rusal aluminum producer, and he himself offered us assistance in terms of opening 3 hospitals for people with pandemic. So those hospitals were built, they are equipped with all necessary medical systems and facilities, and we are capable of using treatment protocols currently issued by the Ministry of Healthcare. There is a lot of demand for this in the region. Nobody asked for it, actually, and thankfully a lot of businesses offered their assistance. Irkutsk Oil Company was another one to offer assistance, and Irkutsk Oil Company has a large-scale project currently in Irkutsk region, so they offered building another hospital for treating people with pneumonia, and we are planning to commission it shortly. So that hospital was originally, the project could originally accommodate 60 patients. Now we enhanced its capacity up to 100. Polus, it's a producer of gold, and it's another big company that works here. Polus works at a remote site, and it faces certain difficulties with transporting diseased people, and Polus has acquired a lot of medical equipment. This equipment was delivered to the regional hospital. It is currently being installed. Polus has provided a great number of medication, and we didn't ask for it. Polus contacted us and they offered this. And actually, our people do not care who they get this assistance from, governmental bodies or private businesses. All they want to see is, or all they want to have medical service available to them. I think there were many more companies who offered assistance. And yes, and I can name them all. And I think it would be only the right thing to do to thank them here from this stage. Ilim Group, which is a timber producer, they have provided a lot of PPEs for us. Now Ilim Group has a large-scale investment project. This is a cardboard producing facility. We also have Ruski Les, or Russian Forest. It's a producer of timber. Now they set up production of face masks right there, so you don't need to travel anywhere to buy it. It is now available in our region. Yes, we all remember this hysteria that happened in the beginning of the lockdown. Everyone was running running all over the market in search of these face masks. Yes, and they cost 30 rubles a piece. And people were seeing this as an attempt to rip them off. So we introduced obligatory, we obligated people to wear face masks only after these masks have become easily available in our region, so that people would no longer think that we were in fact trying to rip them off. We didn't. And I think the situation itself forced people to reconsider their approach to their own safety. And now our people are wearing masks because everyone realized that this is a serious disease and people are dying from it.
К сожалению, нет уже с нами, имели летальный исход, это 65+.
And people above 65 are the most vulnerable group, unfortunately, and we need to become better. We need to become better at treating this the COVID-19 disease.
Мне кажется, вот здесь и нужно находить. Как только вот это пройдет ситуация, тогда мы можем самоизоляции старшего поколения убрать.
Once we become better at it, we can ease these restrictions.
Человек, который там в
We can ease these restrictions, and currently all our people above 65 years of old, they are in a lockdown, but they still need to have ways to interact with doctors, and they're doing this online. Now we need to ensure vaccination of our people, and from the organizational perspective, we need to think how we're planning to do this, because we need to make it accessible. We need to make sure that we have vaccination rooms in all our hospitals. We should probably think about converting some governmental buildings into vaccination facilities, like, for example, provide these jabs at sports stadiums, because these vaccination points need to be close to those areas where people live, so they don't have to travel. Pharmasynthesis is another company which has a large-scale project here in Irkutsk region. They are producing chemical agents and substances which are then used in production of medication. Because accessibility and affordability of these products, this is something that which we need in the Far East and in Siberia. No matter what we think about this COVID-19 disease, Ministry of Healthcare is currently looking for different ways and new ways to treat it, and we have to try these ways and to use the best practices which are available now. It's very important for the Irkutsk territory. Well, talking about this disaster, a year ago, people were quite aggressive about it, and I used to meet with them a year ago, and they were fairly aggressive. Now they understand that it is quite challenging to build 8-story buildings, or it is challenging in this situation, and we face certain issues with trilateral contracts which were signed between our local people and the resource-providing organizations. So we need to deal with this. We need to go into the details of these contracts, and we need to make sure that providers and suppliers do everything they are obliged to do under these contracts. But we're actually doing more now. We have surveyed over 2,000 houses, and we concluded that these 2,000 houses are not fit for living. We have to relocate people from there. 556 families stand to get new homes. These homes are already built, and when it comes to construction projects, you may have different hurdles, and it happens all the time. Our primary task is to ensure that these houses and these homes are comfortable for living.
But it also has some history, and it historically happened so that water supply and the water disposal was a problem. And this situation opened up the problems, and today we have over 700 million rubles, which are allocated for the water supply of the city itself. And the situation with the energy and electrical supply and with the sewer is quite tough, and we've been changing this city to the point when all the utilities and all the water treatment facilities will be totally new. And I'm communicating this to the local people, and they trust us. And we're saying that you need to show a little bit of patience, but all these situations will be resolved. And people should not only live in this place, but we need to use all of these kind of resource-providing organizations to provide good services to people. Heating, hot water, and the light, all we need for the northern territories. And our local companies are also quite proactive. Speaking about the place of Toulon, we would like to say thanks to the Rosneft company. They've built this school with a capacity 1,245 seats. And they've been saying to us, even in Moscow, you cannot find a school like that. But for the local children and people who've been living in these kind of very harsh conditions for quite a long time, emotions have been overflowing. When 9 graders have shown the whole delegation, and they've shown what is happening in each room. Just imagine, no one taught this student what to say and what to do, and they were saying, this is how we're going to use these places. Whenever I come to this place, sometimes you criticize, or you have a tough business argument or a meeting, and the mood is totally different. You can see this 9th grader is giving you a tour around the school. And speaking about the Gazprom company, they have been delivering the ice skating rink, which is an amazing facility. Not every Russian city can boast such a great sporting facility. And today they have more resources and more technical capabilities. And I believe that we are going to open up this skating rink for the public very soon, which is very important. The Rusal company is building the skiing sports base, and we are going to build this kind of sporting facilities to make sure that this kind of sport hub will become the attraction point of the region. The same in the town of Nizhny Udinsk. The Polus company has been building a swimming pool in these locations. I can give you many more examples, and for example, the Russian Railways company. After we have been criticized by the president, we're building the housing, the social housing and regular housing. Of course, you can build a public school, but who is going to work in it? The staffing may be the issue. And today we tell people, here's your housing, here's your workplace, come and live and work in this place. It's a city of the future, actually. We only need to attract big investors and building new jobs. And this is also the question we're going to resolve with the Rostec company to build the glass works which has been operating there historically, or in the place of Nizhny Udinsk when they were building Baikal-Amur railway. Back in the Soviet times. I have to say that they were building the houses or the working camp for those who have been working. And throughout this Baikal-Amur railway, this company has been working and providing this kind of a temporary workers' housing. Yes, today it is not in the good shape. This company is near bankrupt. But we have some investors, and the president has made a decision since 2022 to put a ban put a ban on transporting round logs into the territory of other countries. And investors and companies and many others are fully interested in wood processing. It is important to us, and we understand that we have very solid and good territory, and sometimes we have the catastrophes and earthquakes and floods. We should have our own, like a cushion and economic reserves, so that in the winter condition or in the short summer, to be able to build new housing, so that we can resettle those people who have been affected by the natural disasters. And of course, I would like to thank everyone who in these challenging times, beginning with 2019, as we've seen some rollout of epidemics and emergencies and even earthquakes, we do have some stress, and the people are experiencing stress. And if you have some construction going on, building roads and building houses, you stabilize the situation and people have a better perspective for their future. And it's for you a new experience, because if I'm not wrong, since December of 2019 you've been heading these operations, and the year has been quite tough. But as a deputy head of the Russian EMERCOM, Russian Emergency Situations Ministry, you've been overseeing this work. And yes, it's about people, it's about population. They've been through a lot. They've been through a very difficult and tough situations. And you may remember what it was like and how people were reacting in the town of Toulon. Yes, I've seen it firsthand. At first, we've had some aggression, and of course, we do have some cases like we have about some 42 cases which are now still in court, because you have to confirm it. People come to you and they do not have any documents and titles for their lost housing or properties, and we've been working with the local prosecutor's office to provide help and to provide assistance. I'm sure that you will be on top of it. Igor, I would like to give you the floor. What Astrakhan region is doing in terms of building cooperation between big companies and their corporate social responsibilities, and how the pandemic affected your local companies and industry. Of course, the pandemic impacted all aspects of our operations and our work. We're not an exception to that. And this last year of 2020 made us to work differently and to look for new approaches. And we have felt support of big companies and big business. And speaking about our region, this would be Lukoil company and Gazprom company and Kaspiyski Piping Consortium. These are those major and big companies. In the time when we did not have a clear picture of how to ensure personal protective equipment to our population, and how to rebuild and retune our medical facilities in such a way that they would be equipped with all the necessary equipment. We simply did not always knew how to do that. We didn't know how to provide enough oxygen and oxygen units for those hospitals, and how to provide the medications and all of that. And also protecting our medical personnel with PPE, personal protective equipment. Well, when we first looked in these real situations, we thought that the PPE will be enough only for the first 2 weeks of responding to COVID-19 outbreak. So we called to all the companies who have been working in the Astrakhan region, and they began to produce protective equipment and protective robes, which we have launched into the process of providing relief to those people who have been affected by the COVID-19. Yes, businesses' corporate social responsibility has been expressed to the fullest, but also in our region, and big companies have been quite responsible and they've been quite involved in the programs of our region. And we are very grateful to the Gazprom company who is providing the special assistance program for the children. And now, throughout the 2019 and 2020, we've built over 50 sport facilities and buildings. Despite all the challenges of the pandemic and all the limitations thereof, in the middle of the last year, we were able to deliver this ice skating rink, which is now super popular from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. It's fully utilized, and for people living in the Astrakhan region, ice is something very, very special, as it is very warm outside. And it looked like many people love figure skating and ice hockey, and our children take a great delight in attending sport clubs. The Lukoil company has been very, very helpful to us in this regard, and we wish that this special assistance to the children program would continue. We do count on that. As for the gasification, which has been mentioned today, it is also of crucial importance to us. We've signed the program until 2025. It will be finalizing a program to finalize gasification of the Astrakhan region. And those northern regions which have been deprived of the gas will be provided with gas. And people are grateful. They are looking to see this kind of capability and opportunity. So it is very important to us that in this tough period of time, Gazprom has actually have been quite persistent and quite responsible to make sure that this program would be signed and the agreement between our region and the Gazprom would be signed. On a separate note, I would like to thank Kaspiyski Piping Consortium company, because the car fleet of the ambulances have been expanded with new cars. We have received a big number of school buses, and now we can bus and transport kids, especially in the time when we have some restrictions on movement. We can take the kids in a centralized way, and we can make this travel safe. And also, the Lukoil company is yet another strategic partner of ours in our region, and they've been involved in landscaping, improving many locations, and again, in these very challenging situations, have been very helpful. During this pandemic, we have to reconsider our approach. We've built new logistical paths, and help of major companies and all those who have been open and willing to help. It was very important in the shortest time possible to build all the procurements. And today, those procedures which are calling for procurements, they limit us in time, they limit us in using the means and different capabilities. Then sponsorship assistance enabled us to upgrade the medical facilities and to provide high-quality medical assistance during the pandemic. If I may add something, please. First of all, I would like to thank you for bringing us snow. We felt that you've brought some real winter snow with you. And secondly, both big companies and the middle companies have been very helpful, and even the small companies have been helping with their car and the hot cuisine and the hot meals. You know, those small companies, limited as they are, and they are willing to give those hot meals to people, and we've been restricting them, but they've been helping to the medical personnel. It's about their civil position and civil responsibility, and I believe that many of the Russian regions have seen this expression of the civil responsibility. Sergei, I would like to ask you about this 5-year-long program. You've mentioned about 67 Russian regions have been recipients of this federal program. If I understand it correctly, the You've sent some inquiries to the Russian regions. How about some other regions? Does it mean that they're doing just fine since they're not part of the program, or quite opposite, maybe things are very bad? No, speaking about the 67 regions of the Russian Federation, these are the locations when we have the 21-25 program. And now we have 11 Russian regions when it would be possible to do the 100% gasification. That means in 11 regions of Russia, every resident has a chance to connect to the gas supply facilities. After 21-25 program, we'll have 30 Russian regions, 30. By 2025, they'll be gasified. I mean, they'll have a technical capability, including the region of Astrakhan in Leningrad region, and so forth. As for the other regions, like 67 minus 35, we'll finish complete gasification by 2030. There is yet another, some other Russian regions where they do not have the main pipelines and main highways. After the main gas pipelines have been put into operations in the Sakhalin and Far East, we can gasify the island of Sakhalin, the Kamchatka Peninsula, Khabarovsky and Primorsky regions. We can build the Power of Siberia pipeline. We begin to gasify Amursky region. And the Power of Siberia 2 gas main pipeline will enable us to provide the gasification for those Russian regions who are not part of those 67 recipient regions. We have yet another approach to gasification with the LNG, liquefied natural gas, right where you may not have some main pipeline infrastructure. We can bring you the LNG, and this program, of course, is an integrated program. And now I'm speaking about 67 regions. They'll be gasified with a network gas, but as in the big investment projects by Gazprom, they'll be developing big investment projects. They'll be able to gasify other Russian regions. Like it was mentioned here, for the first time we've signed this program of gasifying Irkutsk region, and we're going to streamline quite big funds to gasify the Irkutsk region. It's one of the new regions which we have in our program. First of all, due to the fact that Gazprom is now developing those new fields and deposits which are located in this region. But gasification can be gasified by the pipeline gas. You can gasify by the LNG. You can gasify with liquefied petroleum gas, and this program will enable us to ensure such a procent that 72% of gasification in Russia, which is 100% technical possibility for gasifying all of the country. Actually, this is great, because when you have it, and it doesn't matter how you use this gas and what kind of gas it is. When I have it, it looks like, okay, I have it, and you take it for granted. But taking your example, when you do not have this opportunity, it is not about the mileage of those main gas pipelines. We have a lot of investors, as a matter of fact. Just imagine that now we're investing big money in upgrading the big industrial sites of the hazardous waste, Baikalsk and Usol-Sibirsk. We're speaking about billions of rubles. And we are, of course, creating conditions for businesses to do something else. But providing gas, provides a huge capabilities to investors. They'll have everything. They'll have safe territory. it will be secure territory. It will be fully modernized or upgraded with the water supplies, with water disposal facilities, with energy and gas. And I believe that this shows high promise that those companies, be it a Gazprom or any other companies, they will come to those territories, because once you invest big finances on the federal level, it should come to the benefit of the state and of the region. No, I wanted to say that then domestic market for Gazprom, it's a reliable market, it's here in Russia, and we Russians should be taking full advantage of this very ecological, high-tech and cheap energy resource. And this is great for any investors, whatever you do. When you have gas, it's cheap, it's reliable, it's warm, it's comfortable and safe. And one of the indicators of the efficiency of operation of a government is building investment climate to attract investors. And this would be a separate topic and quite a big topic, and hopefully we will have an opportunity to meet again and to talk about investment appeal of the Russian regions. As each Russian region have a big range of capabilities, it's a big separate conversation, and hopefully we will have an opportunity to talk about that on a separate note. The time frame for our session is nearing to an end. We've been speaking about the corporate social responsibility. We've been speaking about gasification of the Russian regions, meaning that those numbers which we've seen from Sergei, they tell us that this program is more socially significant. And on this very positive note, I would like to finish up our event. I would like to finish, Sergei Vladimirovich, you, and you, Sergei Yurievich. I would like to thank all of the attendees who are finalizing our session. The business program of the Gaidar Forum going on, but our session is over. Thank you.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. и знать. Мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
И АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
Год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Let me start our communication today, which is going to be devoted to one of the painful subjects, the search for a balance between offline and distant education, or distant learning, with the welcome to my friend, director of school, which is called Class Center, Sergei Kazarnovsky. He begins this kind of interaction for many years with the words, hello, good people, kind people, hello, kind people, and also there are some other kind people. Next to me is Sergei Kazarnovsky, who has set up one of the most original schools on the borderline between culture and education, and has always crossed the borderlines, opening up new vistas. Opposite the virtual reality, one of the leaders of our education, school director, who was teaching to many directors, Yefim Rachevsky. Yefim, can you hear me? I can see your non-verbal communication. I can see your hand, and that's why, hello, kind man. And next to me on the left is Pavel Zinkovich, who in recent years has been floating in different streams of education, and currently is in the stream which is called holding a group of companies, Prosveshchenie, enlightenment, and for many years was motivated by the fact that they were developing different curricula. That is why, as we got together here, we can start with the following question. If we could have a barometer, I would prefer the barometer of parents' anger. So this kind of instrument of the measuring device can measure up anger in Siberia, in other parts of the country, and is saying, what are you doing to us? Why have you plunged us into this distant electronic education? Is it a kind of education with the quality sign? Are you trying to drift our children away from real education? So these questions are asked today increasingly when the pandemic has come to the world, when the plague of the 21st century called COVID attacked humankind. So that's the questions which are in the focus of our attention. Can we say in this world no to electronic education? Isn't it a kind of an evil desire of those who want to destroy Russia's education system, or is it just one of the realities that does not allow us to act and to take risks? So what is the actual features of this phenomenon? The 1st of September in 2020 was probably the most significant date over the entire history of education. Last September, last year, these were the parents and their children who took their seats at the class, in the class. I think that was the first time that we witnessed this, and that's where parents had to act like this. Some of them had to become teachers, willingly or unwillingly, and that's the kind of a situation that we find ourselves in today. So all these questions are now raised, and they refer to the prospects for the development of education system. Some people are scared, and they say today any it's like accidental, it's a crisis, it's a conspiracy, you can call it whatever you prefer, when all they want to make all school children prisoners of virtual digital education. Some other people say no, never. The education should be and should continue to exist as it is, so that school children can have a chance and ability to interact with teachers in classrooms in a live face-to-face format. And there are still other people who say that the epoch has now arrived with different opportunities in evolution, which combine the opportunity of a distant education, face-to-face education. So where are the risks and where are the opportunities? That's the kind of questions that we try to explore today, and as we are going to find answers to them in the context of evolution. It is not by chance that I've mentioned this, as I understand what's going to happen to us. But in the meantime, I'm convinced that neither Yevgeny Gershevsky nor Sergei Kazarnovsky or others going to work as Cassandrans part-time. But sometimes we do want to act as Cassandra and to make some forecasts as we are trying to understand what's really happening to us. Therefore, without I'm not trying to give answers to the questions before the questions were asked, but let me ask you directly. Who wants to begin? Pavel? Pointing towards Sergei. I can see non-verbal signs made by Yefim. So, Sergei, I think you should be ready. Yes, I'm ready. So, when you first mentioned this subject as a painful subject, I think it's quite a healthy subject, because there are a lot of things that can be said around this. I signed an order today that students have to show up in school on Monday, and a separate address to their parents, how they should proceed to school, how they can enter the school, and so ask the parents and school children to come to school in a 1st of September mood. Maybe some of them will come with flowers, why not? It's truly like the 1st of September, because we spent 1 month at school, then we had to go home for distant learning. But I would like to warn you that you should not understand this as it's a kind of a steam leak, because there are a lot of objective reasons for a distant education. But let me tell you that there were quite a lot of teachers who were sick, who have been sick over the last 3 months, but these were mainly teachers who worked with the 1st through the 5th grade. Therefore, the situation is not that simple, but I understand why it took them so long to make this decision. On the other hand, it is with great pleasure that I watch this, because that's the kind of situation which we, all of us, understand. But when the stories at the beginning of this story, there was a question: what are we supposed to do now, and what are we supposed to do after that? The question now ends as tomorrow arrives. What are we supposed to do afterwards, after all this? Today there was a conference held in school. It was an online conference. About 40 managers, different organizations, they discuss some specific ways what we can do about this. So I've been working at school for 40 years, 30 years as a director, so I haven't seen anything similar to that over this time. That's a kind of uncertainty which forces us to raise our both hands and to start doing something immediately. So I understand that this situation has divided the population, the people, the parents, everyone. And we talked with Yefim Vladimirovich, who said that's now the time has arrived when we have to learn how to live with different opinions, as our opinions differ. Well, I'm saying we cannot go to grade 5. But others say that just leave us, please let us go as we want, but so I wouldn't want to call this a painful subject. I think it's a beautiful time where we should invent something. We should. There is no procedure, no rules. We have to invent, to think of something to do about this. I work in a school which unites 3 schools, just a secondary school, grammar school and a musical school. So we have to combine all this, and we have learned how to do this. So when a question arises, what kind of a balance we are going to face, I can't answer right now. I think the time will show. But all of a sudden, there are a lot of options. 6 months ago, I couldn't think of how we could arrange an open day for visits of parents. So now I think, well, the search for technical media is quite important, but it's also important how the teachers should change. Let me tell you about this in more detail a bit later, but so far just a few words about that. My mother graduated from school on 22nd June 1941. They had so many plans and ideas, but life is life, I can tell you honestly, it's not a force majeure, it's not an emergency, it's just the given circumstances, and we have to learn to understand how we should live in this situation. We're not expecting that tomorrow somebody will tell us you should do this or that. We have to think of something and to learn how to live further. Good time indeed. When I'm listening to you, Sergei, as a moderator, I'm acting like an anchor, which would like to say immediately where I'm consonant with you and where I disagree with you. Where exactly I disagree, there's just one phrase that you said which I would like to correct. The situation is metaphorically either we have to raise our hands in the face of uncertainty or to drop our hands, we have to do something about this. Literally we must take our sleeves up, get our sleeves up and start doing something. I'm really a really interesting situation, but as Kolmogorov once said, we have to deal with the situation, but we have to turn this task upside down and to learn how to live with different opinions. How we can live further when somebody comes up and tell us if you make a step back, it's just an attempt to retire. Let me introduce one more colleague, Viktor Basyuk, our colleague, Deputy Minister of Education of the Russian Federation. Now all the speakers have been introduced and all of them are now part of our communication process, and well, of course we won't be able to find unambiguous answers, but let's try at least, as some masters told us, let's find our ways and our paths that can unite us. Now let me address our three speakers who have not said their word so far. Please, Yefim and Pavel.
And Victor, who would like to make a pitch? I suggest that colleagues start and I will follow them up. Thank you so much. Although probably we'd rather listen to what our senior colleagues from the ministry say. That's a very interesting diagnosis, and we'll get back to that a bit later. Actually, I feel easier speaking after them. Thank you. What I'd like to tell you, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of that forum, because really, in general, the topic of the forum is quite relevant, is quite burning. Russia and the world after the pandemic, and our platform. And I cannot agree more. Actually, it reflects the relations between the parents and the system. We are all a system. Speak about the public apparatus and speaking about the schools and the parents and the companies who are working in that spheres. We have to say that we all run into a very difficult situation. I remember that exactly 1 year ago at that forum, we discussed totally different questions in a different formats, and we couldn't even think that in 2 months later, the pandemic would start. And I would echo what Sergei said, that it reminds us of June 22nd, 1941. My grandmother was leaving school at that time, and the world has changed ever since. This abnormal situation certainly brought about a lot of myths and stereotypes and interpretations, due to the fact that the teachers and the community and the children were not prepared for such a situation being unfolded. And I hope that the second wave of the pandemic would not be followed by the third one, and actually the 22nd of June would be followed by the 8th of September, then the world would end it. Because the children are missing their peers, they're missing their mates, they're missing their teachers. So they all certainly communicated via chats, but they are missing the offshore communication. The pandemic was an opportunity for us to appreciate the things which we failed to appreciate before. Just like now we value the freedom of personal communication, the freedom of travel, the opportunity to get out of our homes when we want it, and we are treating the school a different way. We're treating a teacher as a profession a different way, and we are treating differently the education, especially the non-by-correspondence one. There were lots of communications whether the platforms may substitute textbooks, and whether distance learning may substitute the offline learning. But we all remember that school also is about taking care of the children, because the parents have to go to work, to office. Not all of them have grandfathers and grandmothers to take care of the children. And sometimes this is actually about custody. And this is a unique institution to socialize children. We're speaking about bringing up the personality and the individual. And you have to enter into partnership, you have to understand your responsibilities and rights, and this is what is brought up at school, and school cannot be replaced with anything else. And there were a lot of funny stories about that, meaning that the parents had to revisit and to change their viewpoint on the role of the teacher, how a teacher can, within 40 minutes, explain to a child what a parent fails to explain within 3 hours. Means that sitting at a desk, the parents had to realize how important the role of a teacher is, how important it is to the children. I think that we have to be grateful to the pandemic, to the lockdown, that sitting at home, we could re-evaluate, reassess all these things. And even prior to the pandemic, we discussed distance learning, we discussed digital, going digital. Expert communities discuss these things too. So it means that experts are familiar with such issues. And I do think that we would very slowly focus on these items even before the pandemic. Now we had to speed up our conversations. We have to take advantage of all the opportunities offered by the 21st century. And in essence, as a teaser, when we're speaking about distance learning, about digital technologies, in essence, we are not speaking about anything new, brand new. Actually, what's been discussed is nothing new under the moon. And certainly, the old school teachers, they could find an approach to every child. You have to develop the talents and skills of a child. If parents saw that a person, a child is talented in this or that field, they would hire tutors or provide some extracurricular education. And before these opportunities were available to the elected few, but now digital offers these opportunities to everyone. Digital probably can help us to solve the problems which were discussed for many decades, and such solutions can become more efficient, more effective, and more large-scale. We can even use distance learning because there have always been a range of students, of children who would study from home. This used to be disabled people, and even the law provides for such an opportunity for anyone. And now, modern technologies give us the opportunity to do that at a high quality level and really taking an individual approach to everyone. And it doesn't mean that we have to give up the legacy. We have to speak about the balance of forces, the balance of interest. I'm sure that the classical school have to be complemented with the digital technology. So this is a good help, big aid to the teachers, to the managers, and to the parents. But for the pandemic, probably these conversations would last for too long, and in several years, probably this pandemic would be regarded as a trigger which boosted more active discussions and facilitating many other decisions. I'm sure that in the mid-run and long run, the pandemic would give us quality leapfrog for the education. Pavel, when you were speaking, I was romanticizing about certain episodes, and probably I will distort some of your ideas, but let me repeat several bullet points first of all. Let's start with your last statement. The pandemic has become a catalyst for many processes, and it helped us to zoom in many processes. We now are realizing lots of these processes. First of all, school, this is not just a place for broadcasting, for handing over the knowledge. When our children are motivated to go to school, they are motivated to communicate. And as Vygotsky put it, actually, the children are attracted by advanced peers. The children's subculture becomes more and more advanced, and children are attracted to that. Meaning that school, this is not just a storage room, but rather this is actually a place for communication and socialization. The difference between in the distance learning and full-time or in-person learning, offline learning, the border between them is blurred because these all are the opportunities for self-realization of an individual. And this is what you have said. And finally, I like it very much, your Ecclesiastian statement that there is nothing brand new about that. You said that digital have already been discussed, and if we look retroactively, I can remember Pythagoras, philosopher, who said that all the world is a digit, and when we say that the world is digital, actually we can make reference to the old Greece. But at the same time, what is new, at least what seems new, this is the role of the parent and understanding or misunderstanding of the role of the teacher. And it means that the rules of the game are different. Very often we become hostages of these games, and as far as I know, one of the best school headmasters actually had to be tested by the Facebook criticism, and he felt that actually the distance between love and hatred is not too big. Yefim, I'm speaking about you. You supported distance learning, and you were criticized by the parents of the schools which you run. At least they misunderstood your concept. How are you looking for the balance between distance learning and in-person learning, offline learning? Thank you so much in advance. Well, in essence, I was guided by love, and children and parents felt that, because I understand that fortunately people do not share common viewpoints. Some people actually are full of wishful thinkings, and others are looking for enemies, and others indulge in horror. I remember my first teacher, Anna Kirillovna. Can you speak louder? And the first ballpoints she called as the intrigues of imperialists. That's why, on the one hand, it is not as difficult as it seems to be, but on the other hand, it is quite complicated, quite sophisticated. Sergei said that in the nearest future, we'll have to look for a balance between the distance learning and offline learning, and I'll say that we have to do that by Thursday, otherwise we'll be late, and the experience which we acquired in 2020 is unique. If we forget about that, and if surrounded by flowers and loving parents do the same things we did 20 or 40 years ago, then our contribution experience would not be worth penny. I remember a biblical story when the God decided to make a resetting and instructed Noah to take a couple of each animal, and actually it changed not the world, not only the school, but also the world itself. When perestroika started in Russia, Mr. Gorbachev brought personal computers, PCs, and one school actually was brought to one of the schools, and the PC was stored in the headmaster's office in a package because he didn't know what to do with that. And actually every headmaster realizes that we're fighting for the ICT and digital competence of the teachers. I'm working with a team of 350 teachers, and the understanding is not very good, but within spring and summer 2020, everyone mastered the ICT technologies. This is the situation when you have to overcome your fears and you start working. Now, let me speak about the standout between the classical school and the rest. I made a calculation, made a stock actually. We have more than 1,000 schools in Russia with about 17 million students. And actually the schools occupy the square of about 238 million square meters. This is a very liquid real estate, and if we spend the money which is spent on the transportation and construction, if we turn that into the money supply and distribute among the parents, it would be a very hefty sum of money. What will these parents do with this money? They will spend that on building schools. Because if we take the combination of words, so you actually send your child to kindergarten, actually you're conscripted to, or you join the army, and you have to actually dispatch or send your child to school. When a child is at school, who is responsible for his health and his well-being? And who stays at home, who is responsible for his health? According to the family code, these are us who are responsible for the school children when they are at school. But I'd like to divert a little bit from that. You see that any system is quite cumbersome, and therefore, actually, it precedes its demise. Stanislav Lem wrote very well about that in his book, The Sum of Technologies. He spoke about the demise and transformation of technologies and transition from that dinosaurs to mammals.
From gigantic armies to one universal soldier, from giant supermarkets to just one man who delivers food to your home. Grandma's flat, where she keeps journals dated as far back as 1953, an old typewriter, a teapot which no one uses. But then all of a sudden a modern refrigerator and a washing machine are brought in. But we love this grandma's apartment, but you know, there are so many things there around that it doesn't allow the children to develop their skills there. So it might be a kind of a very metaphoric picture, but in the situation of the pandemic, we faced a unique phenomenon where we, all of us, began to learn simultaneously. I mean, teachers, children and their parents. One of the mothers wrote to me a letter last year saying that she wants to enroll in the pedagogical postgraduate course because she has three children, who go to school. So perhaps you know this will be another contest among pedagogical establishments, higher educational establishments. So what I would like to say, we usually say that any kind of activity such as that, if you can't fall in love with a woman alive, you have to be satisfied with something else, you know. So if you can't communicate with people live, you have to use Zoom or Microsoft Teams or something else. So this has become a reality today, not a universal reality, not a comprehensive reality, but we won't be able to improve the demographic situation however we want to do this. But I've tried to calculate one thing, you know, comparing the first grader, fifth grader, and a graduate. 1 kilogram for the first, 5 kilo for the second, and a graduate just 1 tablet, and that's it. So as school children reach this age, they understand that they can get information not only in school, not only from the textbooks. So in connection with that, the subject of the balance is highly topical, but it's going to be alive only in one case, if it's not going to be a kind of diktat, not an administrative solution. So everyone has to act proceeding from his capabilities. Federal law 233 allows us to do that. And we have to measure it to our dimensions, how to make it real. I mean the hybrid between different types of education, the reverted classroom technologies, and the colleagues mentioned this today. So a key area here in this kind of upbringing is independence. How we can attach a camera to my child, because as soon as I leave for work, he goes to the refrigerator or lies down on his bed. But the question is how we can do this, because independence means responsibility, and responsibility means freedom, and without freedom there is no responsibility, and there will be no independence. So this is a key area in the education in children's upbringing, and I think a lot has been done in this area last year. But so far I'm not going to talk about the salaries of teachers who work in a distant mode. I think the evolutionary context that you've mentioned is highly important. Let me note at this point that evolution implies hybrid types of education. As Yefim Rachevsky said, what we thought is part of history yesterday, and we thought it is fantasy, it is science fiction, but today we are trying to make the science fiction a reality. And the pandemic acted as a catalyst in this case. Do you think there can be some kind of procedures, instructions, guidelines, strict guidelines? Is it possible in a country with such diversity to manage this diversity, especially in conditions of crisis? Pavel, when you were speaking, you said that taking into account our mentality is, it's things are more visible from above. So given all the horizontal areas and directions, there are also vertical directions. And looking at you, we understand that you were in different worlds, in different spheres, in regions in Siberia. So you have been doing research. Now you work in the Ministry of Education. So the position that it's more visibility from above and taking into account the procedures, and Rachevsky's position that the key thing is not in a distant education, but the value position to educate a person in the spirit of responsibility, independence, and freedom. That's a quote from Rachevsky. Now, please, let's listen to your take on that. Thank you, Alexander Grigorьevich and dear colleagues. Let me get back to the key subject of our talk today, Russia after the pandemic. And, of course, we will talk about the bright future, of course, but talking about evolution, it's, still, was quite a short time. You know, we have lived through some evolutionary points. First, the horror of this pandemic, of the virus, then the point where we had to admit, to accept what is going on and whatever the situation is in front of us. I'm talking not only about the decisions made by the authority, the education authorities, but also the decisions made by teachers, parents, other people, and the school children themselves who are so eager for more live interaction. Actually, in terms of our procedures and rules, we were ready for what school is going to enter this period. So back in 2019, there were a lot of documents in the Ministry of Education concerning the distant education. And they were just sitting on the shelves until March 2020. We went through different pandemics before that, but the reality of that has taught us to react swiftly to this situation. But talking about the problems that we are facing now, first of all, the school is not ready for digital transformation because we do not have satisfactory content. But this proved wrong because in May, when the pandemic was in its height, some educational content have partially been used in the education process, and we managed to aggregate it and to use it in the process of teaching. But whether this content matches the educational tasks and goals that have been determined in accordance with our legal framework. The next point is the lack of some technical things and opportunities. There is a possibility to work online, but in some places there is no internet, in others it is too slow, which makes this a bit difficult. But so the distant education means not only internet, but when a teacher comes to school and puts homework in a box, after some time the parents will pick it up and to make it together with their children. This is also a kind of a distant education. So now talking about the management of diversity. I think we can manage diversity only through interaction. And it is really important to begin to understand each other, to express empathy. Another typical feature, special feature of the situation is that we have begun to value freedom so much, not only the freedom of space, but the freedom of understanding, of mutual understanding. We began to put special value on teachers, and there are certain specific features of this kind of interaction. So there is a subject-to-subject interaction. There's such a concept in science, but at this point it demonstrates the importance of this subject-to-subject subject interaction. Emotion is always means awareness, cooperation, empathy. So we understand that this is teacher experiences a kind of transformation of his functions. He is supposed to help a child, a student, to sort out all this information. There is so much information everywhere, but how he can understand that that's the right information and how to digest this information and how to use it afterwards. That's where the teacher steps in as a go-between, and that's how we have to teach our future would-be and current teachers. The go-between function, using providing assistance to younger teachers. We have mastered somehow a lot of technologies, digital technologies, but there are a lot of teachers coming of age, and you know, when the students of some pedagogical establishments help the teachers, assisting them in mastering the education technologies, helping them to use the digital platforms that are used in this process. So in my view, there's a special subculture, with our students, but there is also another type of subculture that I would like to mention is the subculture of teacher-pupil, teacher-student, because this is another awareness, another understanding of the teacher's role in educating children. So we understand that the school will come back after the pandemic, but it will be a different school, and it will necessarily be filled with the state-of-the-art technologies, not only in the educational process, but in the process of communication.
In the process of bringing and in the process of interaction, and we cannot build any rigid regulations which would define who you may use digital to teach or to bring up. I think that our main move is about management through interaction. This is what I've just said. Dear colleagues, look what is going on in front of your eyes. And you prompted me to do some things, and not always I use this lingo. But you allowed me to do that when you spoke about the communication between different people and when you actually started speaking our psychological lingo as a psychologist to a psychologist. Let me tell you that within that conversation, what is going on, and this is true of what Yefim, what Sergei said, and what Pavel said, and this is true of what you are saying. There is such a mechanism. So when the motive is moved onto the goal, we are looking for a balance between distant and in-person education. But during the conversation, we see that the focus is not about that. And this is not the most important thing, although on the screen you see this very question. But the most important thing, what you have said, this interaction, this communication and the change in the role of a teacher, which was argued today, because the teacher not only has to deliver his subject, but he has to motivate, he has to navigate, to help to steer the ship in this sea of knowledge. And the teacher acts as a motivator, as a communicator, and as a navigator. And this is what the school headmasters present here feel. The second motive is about values. The freedom, responsibility, and individuality. And I think that the management mechanism is totally different once we have to deal with the diversity. How you live in this situation of freedom and diversity, that's a question. And another key problem is about the following. You asked the question whether the teacher and parent becomes a significant other for a student, which sets the direction for further development. Sergei, what is your vision, dear colleagues? Not too much time left. And please share with us these quantums of sentences. A person who did not spell out his ideas and actually who has something without giving away to his ideas may suffer from neurosis. So let us share our ideas. Once we started speaking about teachers, I would stress that you have listed several new functions that the teacher has to do this and that, but actually the teacher had to do that always. Now actually you cannot avoid doing that. You cannot say that you are not attentive, but you have to grasp the attention, to attract attention. But actually it was Stanislavski who wrote about that in his book of Smaller and Bigger Circles of Attention. And he speaks about the event. You have to come to the classroom and you speak the way that actually the students would keep track of what you are saying, and the students will open their windows to listen to you, not to sitting behind the closed doors. The teachers have to understand the parents as well. You have to understand them because the parents are not emerging out of nowhere, and the parents says that the borders are closed. In Germany, in France, and other countries, all the mountain summits are closed, and actually on the TV, the parents are seeing Sochi and Krasnaya Polyana and other resorts which are still open. And in some apartments, in some flats, the parents have to install several personal computers for their children. Thursday, Capuleti said that Juliet and Paris would be with you on Thursday, so this is a very hallmark day. At the same time, you can interpret that differently. When you said that, I would say that the pandemic is not only a catalyst but also a litmus test in terms of chemistry. And actually the teachers who failed to master the modern technologies, they were as poor students as they are poor teachers. Well, and the teachers sometimes approach me saying, so I don't want to work with the flunking students, I would like to work with the advanced students, and I say, okay, work with the best performers and let the flunking students do some home assignments, so there are a lot of room for maneuvers. Speaking about independence or individuality, I keep telling my teachers, stop being mothers, don't mother your teacher's time is different. If he's late or not late, this is up to him. Really, this requires a shift in our mindset. So this is time for independence and individuality. I can sum it up, saying that back in April I said that we had music exams, and in April when we actually started holding these exams, the lockdown was imposed, and I said, okay, let us record the piece of music, and he may do that several times, and he actually uploads that onto the Google Rooms, and that's it. And the teacher said, but how comes that this is not a live music? And I said, have you ever heard Beatles' live concert? So this is up to the students. student to record what he wants to do. And we're doing lots of things like that. And certainly, it's very important for the teacher to know how to talk to parents, to understand them, to hold that dialogue, which we have in this situation of diversity. And let it flow, let it go. The ill children who before actually had to stay at home, now they can work remotely. And I was present in a classroom where there was a mix of the children who worked in person and who studied remotely, distantly. And it was a very remarkable story. And real education comes when emotions and facts are mixed. Everyone knows Archimedes' rule. Why? Because some brilliant teachers spoke about Archimedes sitting in a tap, and he this way pushed the water out of the tap. Sadly, Archimedes didn't do that. It was just invented for the teachers to remember this fact. And actually, this is not a fact or the figure which brings up or which teachers the children. The images do that. And the three strong men, Vazhnetsov, the artist, he did not indicate the distance to what one of the strong men could throw his javelin, but he made these images. Yefim, we just somehow interpreted your metaphor that we will not live to Monday, but will not live to Thursday, making reference to Shakespeare. So, and dear colleagues, we have to speed up. Yefim, I will be very brief. Sergei has just shown that even through a screen, you can give as much emotions as almost could not be imagined. And you know, I have a feeling that we all together were threatened by someone from above. And I think that this threat has to be taken seriously, so we have to take advantage of that. Biological evolutions actually do not recognize any morals. But technological revolutions, they would entail big moral consequences or ramifications. What Sergei said and what colleagues said about dialogue, about interactions, I think that these are the most material things. How much, when, and what, actually, it doesn't matter. Let it be on Tuesday or Thursday. Back to the communication. Tell me how many likes you have, and I will tell you who you are. I will be very brief as well. Certainly. Alexander, you are in the position to sum it up. And probably I will argue against the authors who proposed the title for our session. And in present or distance learning, this is just a format, and the life will change and amend everything. We have to keep focused on what we want. At a time when child at that age gets education, school education, certainly we want a child to be brought up as an individual. We want them to get certain sets of knowledge, living in the country where the Constitution guarantees that, but probably we have to get even more of what is guaranteed by the Constitution, and the school children have to know how to expand their knowledge, how to acquire knowledge in future. Bringing through distance learning is not possible because we do not have as many talented teachers as Sergei who can emanate emotions even through Zoom. The education should cause trust from teachers, parents and students. They have to understand what is mandatory, what is compulsory, what is optional, what they have to look for, and hence we have the role of teacher, this trade, and I fully subscribe to what's been said. I think that this balance can be kept only by the system, by the teachers. In that sense, I think that our colleagues from among the headmasters find this task very difficult, but they learned a lot within that year. You don't have to run them, but you have to regulate, setting certain red flags and setting certain milestones. I do think that the balance would be obtained per se, and it won't be the same. So in one school the balance would be one, and it would be different in another school, etc. And the child would be educated, the child would be an individual, will know how to live further, getting knowledge, etc., etc., and would have a certain set of knowledge, which is clearly very important for such a big, vast country, from Kamchatka to Kaliningrad. We have to give an equal set of skills and knowledge, a guaranteed one. And probably in a year's time we will still be discussing this question, because the system of education is full of inertia, is quite cumbersome, and even by summer we'll not be able to come up with the analysis of the pandemic situation. I think we all equally understand the main essential drivers and factors, and the ratio of these forms would later on be shaped the way it should be shaped. I will be very, very brief. I'm very glad that today these are the emotions which have become the subject point of our dialogue, and we moved aside the distance learning, because this is just a technology, is one of the technologies which are being used now in instruction, in child's evolution, and we have a lot to study, and I totally agree with with Sergei, that we have to know how to talk to parents, and the parents have to know how to talk to teachers. And most importantly, the past year gave us a big range of senses and realities and tokens. And I do think that we coped very well with that, and we learn how to live within these new realities, and we continue to study more. And to conclude my remarks, let me tell you that we're living in very hard times, but very interesting ones. Dear friends, our time is out, just like in Cinderella's story, and our conversation is not over. But let me remind you what Viktor Franklin said: the one who knows why will withstand anyhow. And now when we start speaking about values, about the opportunities, about the school of opportunities, we moved to different realities. And this happened in the course of the discussion. So we put forward an objective problem, and all of a sudden the emotions and sympathy came before, and now school is regarded as the institution to bring up children and individuality. Let me remind you a cartoon: be a man. Our main objective to bring up an individual. Thank you so much.